believe they're one of us, but come on. Just because they gave us a president doesn't really mean they belong to South Africa. But please, Neo, do introduce yourself. And bear in mind, we're in the Eastern Cape. It's Takazelo. Very important.
Okay, so I'll try introduce myself the Polokwane way. So I'm from Limpopo, Ramolepo, Ramamatsa, right? So when I'm in Polokwane, I would say, Kenna moto masokoto sanawa, bachadiva, ba manawa nkabe di vipelwa, nkabe di vipetere na maharanchi, batho ba bo mamkae kae choho. Bachadiva way! That's how I would introduce myself if I was in Polokwane.
I was expecting... But anyways, in true Eastern Cape fashion, one doesn't really come to a village without really announcing themselves to Usbond, our little village. So again, we are welcomed in the Eastern Cape, specifically East London, and to the stage we would like to welcome Princess Faku to just welcome us as Abasa for hosting us in the city for our convention this year. Is she in? Is she available?
No.
Princess Faku, that's the program. Umeya of Buffalo City. Is she not here yet? Apologies for that. And then can we invite then to the stage our sponsor, Mr. Ayanda Wakaba, the CEO of ECDC, to also just welcome the audience and Abasa. Thank you.
Not just as a province. In the midst or in this context of high joblessness, the country generally from a growth point of view is not doing as well as we wish it could. The estimates, IMF estimates for this country is that our economy will increase by 1.1% in 2024 and by 1.5% in 2025, a far cry to the levels that we require to deal with the state of joblessness. The contribution to the Eastern Cape economy, 29% comes from the personal services sector. That's significant, especially considering that most of us participate in some form of fashion in this sector, followed by 20 by finance, trade, and manufacturing sector, which respectively contribute 19.6% and 15.3%. Lastly, 12.4%. All of this points to sectors that are inherently not geared to create public employment. These are sectors which we appreciate their contribution to the economy, but they point to structural challenges that are a responsibility for us, especially as accountants, to find solutions. The question then, maybe even before I go to the question, if you look at it from a risk point of view, we've reeled from chronic energy challenges that have hurt business significantly across the spectrum. Transportation bottlenecks, especially for goods and services. I think you colleagues are aware of the challenges we've had both on freight as well as ports. Infrastructure deficiencies, particularly at local government level. The high unemployment rate, I spoke to it, government fiscal vulnerabilities. It is becoming more and more clearer that government will not be a solution to the challenges we face, at least not alone. Volatile commodity prices, this is the vulnerability that we are exposed to as a result of globalization. A phenomenon I'm convinced we will not reverse. So what matters is how we will respond as a people, as a nation, as the province to these challenges. Climate change is a reality, eroding value, especially in infrastructure and agriculture. As a development agency, we deal with a number of instances where value in businesses has been wiped by climate change related incidents. So the question is, what can you as this glorious institution, and nearly said movement, as this glorious association do to address this, or at least to put your shoulder on these matters? I believe that you're one of the most placed association and individuals to assist in finding lasting solutions to the development challenges we face. I mean, if you read, I think the stuff that you know, I'm sure you smile as accountants when you look at those statistics. The percentage of CEOs that have an accounting background points to most of this profession basically running industry. So you people of influence, I want to submit that if we could lead responsible where we hold these leadership roles. What do I mean by leading responsible? I think it's becoming clear to all of us that the development model where if I surround myself with a high fence, with a stop nonsense, with high security gadgets and security contract is not working. I think it's clear that none of us will survive joblessness, hunger, pain, unless we all become party to finding a solution. I often joke when I talk to my colleagues who often paint a glim picture about politics, who would narrate passionately why they would not be involved in politics. I would say to them, they are similar to an individual who is in a bus and the driver is drunk and they sit at the back and complain about how these drunk ones are driving this bus. I think that is unwise, to put it decently. I will not pick the harsh word. I'm using that analogy because often when people consider the tags that are often associated with participating either in politics or in public service, most of us, especially the middle class, which is one of the sectors in our community that I argue could do a lot to pull us out of the challenges we are. Most of us tend to look for a self-preservation route, a route that insulates us from the challenges that are faced by the country, where we sit outside and we point fingers. I think my message to you as accountants is that we all have to roll up our sleeves and become part of the solution. I argue that investing in people, something which I believe is close to Abasa. I think all solutions come with humans. If we build better individuals for tomorrow, I think we have a better chance to overcome the challenges we face. So I want to commend and to encourage you to continue focusing on building people. I also think that we need to do more in taking the hand of the public sector. I've worked for, 30 years or so, well closer to 30 years. Most of those years have been in public sector. I think I have a fair good sense of what challenges the public sector has. Some of the challenges we face have to do with, call it, lack of diversity in thinking. In public sector, we tend to be a homogeneous group. You find very few people in public sector who have spent time in the private sector. And therefore, our language with the private sector tend to be different. And because they are different, we struggle to work together. Now, Abasa is one of the institutions whose members mostly have tasted both worlds. I think you can speak both languages. So I want to invite you to mandate yourselves to be the champions of collaboration, of bringing these two bodies together, because the solutions will only be found when the public and the private sector work together. In conclusion, Madam President, thank you once more. I'm excited that you chose the Eastern Cape as the venue. I don't know whether Pagwa Basumdu nimvotela only once. If there is a chance that you could give the Eastern Cape another term, we would really, really be excited with that. This is a huge contribution to our economy. You guys have eaten food prepared here, have slept in sheets washed and made ready here in facilities that have created jobs here in the Eastern Cape. So thank you very, very much. If circumstances were permitting, I would join the PE leg, but unfortunately they are not. Thank you very, very much.
Testing. There you go. Thank you so much, CEO. Very beautiful words. I like what he's saying when he speaks about collaboration, right? And that really has been Madam President's advocacy in her presidency, to say let's collaborate, because that's the only way in which we're going to be able to sort of find a common ground or find solutions to the problems that we continue to face as a country. Before we call our president to the podium to come and welcome us and address us, in the true spirit of Abasa hashtag 39 years, I just want to reflect on the first time, Lazola, when I heard about Abasa. I remember I was in WITS 2018. I was doing third year. And a friend of mine came, Frank. I don't know if you guys know Frank in the room. But Frank came to me and said, "Now we need to revive the vet student chapter," right? At a time, it wasn't as operational anymore. And I was like to him, "Frank, what is Abasa? What does Abasa do?" Right? And I just remember him talking about the good work that Abasa does, but one thing that stuck to me was transformation, diversity, and inclusion. At the time, I was still young to understand what that would mean for my career, but I knew I wanted to be part of this organization that advocates for Black people. I knew I wanted to be part of that. And when I think about Abasa, I cannot think about Abasa without thinking about diversity, transformation, and inclusion. What about you?
Wow. Tough act to follow. I studied in Stellenbosch, which is predominantly white students. And at the time when I was doing my accounting undergrad, most of the classes were facilitated in Afrikaans. So we were hit with a double whammy in that we had to, go figure out what the lecturer was saying. And because we were quite a few, only a handful, when Abasa came to Stellenbosch, pretty much everyone, I could say by default, was there. So when I think of Abasa, I think of advancement. And it's literally in the name. So in advancing myself against those odds, there was an association that supported me, that told me, "Listen here, you are definitely going to make it. you put your right foot forth, you will make it. So for me, advancement, if it's anything, there's a quote that I read yesterday, being nervous about today, that alluded to the only constant thing is change. And in managing the waves of change will propel advancement. Now, within those waves, a very crucial, I guess, common thread that is going to be discussed across all the panels is education. We manage education, we put our best foot forth in ensuring that the guys that are here that want to be inspired to be the next CA, to be the next CEO, to be the next president, when they speak Abasa 50, my hope is that one of the guys that are sitting here will be doing the, facilitating as we are. So for me, when I think of Abasa, for all 39 years in, when Prof. Jeff started this, he did not think he would have such a big impact. So I am literally one of the products or the fruits of his hard labor at the roots. He still attends these sessions, so advancement. The long and the short, sorry, without dwelling too much and waffling, for me, Abasa is advancement, and there's no better time than now.
Thank you very much. That is so sweet and cutesy. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please can I ask you all to stand up as we welcome our president, Ms. Linda Maqoma.
Anybody, man. It one. Am I audible? Yes, I'm audible. Good morning, Abasa family. It's good to be home, number one. Niena's tuta, Lazol. I saw you throwing in that you from the Chawe line there. Yes. We're all family today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a humbling moment for me and a full circle moment for me to be standing here today in my home province, but not only my home province, but the province that actually brought me to the Abasa space. So I'm a product of the University of Fort Hare as well, and it was lovely to have kick-started the conference there yesterday. With Prof. Wiseman Gohlu and going to the students who are also in our midst here and also helping and serving. But it was just a reminder to me of what Abasa is really about. And when Lazola, you talk about being a product, I think it goes even more today for me because it is the journey when we talk about from cradle to grave. And I hope this is not my grave, but this is it. Firstly, I want to recognize the past presidents of Abasa that are here. We are very, very fortunate that at 39 years of the existence of this organization, we have the founding president, President Jeff Van Rooyen, is in the room. We have the founding president of Women of Abasa in the room, Ms. Tanda Swafubu, who also hails from the Eastern Cape. We've got stalwarts that are here. We've got the founding vice president of Abasa in the room, Mr. V. Ramashaba, who is here. We've got the US in the room. As I'm thinking about all these names, I'm like, but Abasa, wow. To have you here, President Ghislaine, all the way from NABA in the US, to come and partner with us and also celebrate this milestone, but also finding the solutions that we need, not only at a local sphere, but to show the reach that Abasa has. Something that was started in President Jeff's time. What a full circle moment this is. To the chair of council who's also here, who's leading all of our council members and our stakeholders. We've got Urba in the room. Nadine, I see you there. I saw Sima was here. We've got all these accounting bodies that are under Abasa, and that just amplifies that this organization is a vehicle of so much greatness and so much purpose and responsibility in this accounting sector. To see high school kids that are in the room who have come to be in our midst and also part of our projects, that is also full circle for us, because it shows that the journey starts from the very beginning. And I don't want you to take it for granted that you've been given this opportunity. I saw you sitting in the back and I said, move.
That we have. And that is the purpose of this plenary, or what we are trying to achieve in this topic. The topic of the day will be back to basics, right? Transforming our educational system in South Africa. I'm going to call our first speaker, which is Ererwani Mutero. She's a CASA and an MD at Endunamo Group. She's a CIMA qualified professional. She has held various leadership roles, including as a regional manager at CIFA, and a credit analyst. The second, I think it's technology. Thank you, welcome. Oof, sorry about that. The second speaker, Lindelwa Majova Songa. I hope I'm saying your name right. She's a CASA with Masters of Commerce in Financial Management Studies, an MBA, and a certificate in Facility Management. She has held prominent positions, which include Head of the Department of Accounting at University of Fort Hare, Deputy Dean and Acting Dean of the Faculty of Management and Commerce, and Acting Deputy Vice Chancellor for Institutional Support. She's actively involved in SAICA accreditation monitoring as an academic evaluator, and has served on various board and committees, including the SAICA Finance and Governance Committee Board. She is currently the senior lecturer at UNISA. And my third speaker, Ati Hweku. Ati holds a master's degree in actuarial science from Heriot-Watt University in the United Kingdom. She holds a BSc in mathematics statistics from the University of Cape Town. Professionally, Ati has worked as an actuarial analyst at MMI Holding and Alexander Forbes. While at Alexander Forbes, she was nominated to join the Alexander Forbes Junior Board of Directors. Ati has launched a math software called Beta Sigmax in 2018. And that is my panel, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Is it morning? Can you hear us properly? Still morning. Can you guys hear us properly? Yes, we can. Okay, perfect. Good morning, ladies.
Morning.
As we start with our topic, I'll start with you, Ererwani. Just what does it mean when we say back to basic and transforming our educational system?
Well, thank you once again for the opportunity. I'm just always grateful, and I'm still very much nervous. Neo was trying to calm my nerves in the morning. I'm still very much nervous. Transformation and back to basics. For me, it just means that we need to make an impact, not at the top level, but from bottom up. That we cannot start from a later stage, but we need to start from the ground. And that's how you're able, for any fruit or for any tree which you're trying to get a fruit out of, you start it from when you plant it and not when you're trying to trim to get the best fruit.
Mam Lindela, what's your take?
Thanks, Neo. This is a topic that is very close to my heart. For me, the fundamentals or basic fundamentals of an education system starts with understanding those fundamentals. And for me, those are the fundamentals that serve as foundation for developing a well-rounded, adaptable, capable, a lifelong learner, somebody who is resilient. So for me, when we talk about fundamentals, I'm talking about those. For me, it's about a system that is accessible to all, irrespective of your socioeconomic status and irrespective of your abilities. For me, transforming the basic fundamentals of education system. It's about capacitating the learners to be able or to prepare them for international engagement. For me, it's not about localization or nationalization. For me, it's about globalization. So this is one of the topics that are very close to my heart. It's about having those competent and supported teachers. So that's, for me, when we say back to basics, I'm looking and hoping that that's what we will achieve with this conference. Thank you.
I think I also share the sentiments of my panelists. Greetings to everyone. I think the quality of education that you get at a basic level actually opens the door for the rest of your life. So, for example, I got, the Premier of the Eastern Cape's award when I started my university, and it changed my trajectory completely. So I think quality education is very important, and I think in South Africa, just looking at last year's results, where we only have about 16% of learners who finish matric who actually are able to enter into university. And that disparity, again, it's almost like we are preparing kids to either be unemployed or unemployable. So I think it's a very important topic, because the quality of education at a basic level is very important. And how I resonate with this topic is that when I worked as an actuarial specialist at Forbes and at Momentum, at the time we had less than 1,000 actuaries, right? And as of 2024, February, there's 1,700 actuaries in South Africa, and there's about 9.2% of them which are black people. So already that's saying the STEM professions, where we need a lot of those skills, we actually don't have the supply, and the main reason for that is the quality at the basic level. So when I started, working as a professional, I was serving on the board of the Association for South African Black Actuaries, which is a similar organization to Abasa. And we realized that the problem doesn't start at university. The supply is already too small. Therefore, the importance actually start at a basic education level, which is why I transitioned from, full-time actuarial work to then setting up Sigma X, which was a software to help learners in primary as well as high school to understand and perform mathematics better. Because right now we're living in a digital age, and AI, there's so many things that are happening, and if you don't have strong mathematics, it's very difficult to transition from one career to the other, or even participate in computer science in a whole world. So I think that conversation is actually very, very, very important.
And I feel like you are taking my questions from me. Oh. As she's speaking, I'm like, should I stop her? Because what am I going to ask? Maybe while we're still with you, Ati, let's just unpack, you're speaking about early development, childhood development, right? Research also shows that is an important phase for any child, right? When we look at that phase. Let's talk about mathematics and how is it important, in allowing that or unlocking that analytical skills for learners or for kids at that young age, and how can we introduce the concept of mathematics at that very young age in a way that it's enjoyable and it's palatable for young people?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of research papers now on early childhood development, because it's been shown that the first 4 years of your life can actually impact you for the rest of your life. And countries who are investing in early childhood have less crime. I think even resilience to mental health is linked to your quality of your schooling at that early level. And the reason it's also so important is that that's when your brain is actually forming. So that age up until 4 years old, your cognitive reasoning is actually quite, it's forming. So it's a very good opportunity, but it's also a very sad opportunity. Like kids could be very vulnerable if they are not exposed to the right type of schooling. So what mathematics does, or exposing kids to mathematics at that early level, actually increases their cognitive abilities, pattern recognition, reasoning, just, gets them ready for school, but also for later schooling as well. Memory retention, there's a lot of that. And I think what a lot of countries are doing right now is called learning through play. And if you've got kids, it's a very popular thing where, companies like Lego or so are very involved in that area. So I think just learning through play is very important, and also introducing technology to children while they're very young is actually quite good for them, because they start to see patterns, start to understand measurement, and they can learn and retain information a little bit better because of visualization. So I think those elements are very important, and I think as South Africa, as a country, we actually are starting to invest in early childhood and not take it for granted, because if you take it for granted, you'll pay for it when someone is an adult.
100%. Wow. Mam Lindela, let's talk about teachers, right? Because, to be able to have these learners or kids from the age of 0 to 4 that are able to do maths and read numbers, or, work with numbers, we need to have abled teachers, right? When you look at the teaching system, the university, having been a teacher yourself, do you think the teachers are being equipped to deal with the generation of today, the Gen Z, and how fast things are moving? Technology is moving, everything is moving, but is the system that is teaching and preparing and training our teachers equipped for the task?
A good question that I ask myself all the time. It's a question that makes me not to sleep at night. Because starting from early ages, age 0, up to a point where this individual qualifies as a professional, my question is, are the facilitators of teaching and learning capacitated to deal with this cohort of kids? And all the time, my answer gets to probably not. Probably that's one of the reasons why we see that the results are actually deteriorating instead of improving. Starting from a school level up to university, ITC, or APC. Instead of seeing an improvement in the results, we are seeing a kind of deterioration in the results. And I suspect it's because the facilitators are not ready or are not capacitated to deal with these students. These learners are a different breed. They're definitely different to what I was, and probably different to what we all were when we were learning. These are technology kids. Ati is referring to digital acumen at early ages, age 0 to age 4. Is referring to mathematical skills at age 0 to age 4. But then are lecturers, are teachers, are parents ready to deal with all those challenges? Maybe we need to go back to the drawing board. Is our curriculum aligned to this breed of learners that we're dealing with? Probably not. When I look at how these kids are being taught, be at school level or lower primary or at university, it is not that different from how I was taught. Can it be? We are in an era of fourth industrial revolution. Our kids are revolutionized. The thinking of our kids is different. Our kids, even the language that they use, if they want to say, they would have a P for something else. So are we ready for that? Maybe we need to go back to the drawing board and see, is the curriculum aligned to this breed of kids that we are dealing with? Be it from grade R up to university level. Are we aligned? Are our teaching methodologies aligned to these kids? Are our assessments aligned to these kids? Because when I look at the assessments, our assessments, we are assessing these kids towards a neutral kind of point. Can we be dealing with that? Because here we are dealing with individuals that are unique. But are our assessment taking into consideration their uniqueness? We are dealing with kids that are coming from diverse backgrounds and environments. Are our assessments taking cognizance of that? Or is it an assessment that is driving towards that neutral point? Maybe that's the question that we should be asking ourselves today in this house. and asking ourselves to say, what can we do? Probably the system needs an overhaul. Maybe this transformation should be actually an overhaul of the whole system. We need something different.
No, I definitely agree, and Elelwani and I can attest to that because we did speak or touch on it yesterday during the cocktail session, and it will bring me to my next question, which really speaks about the alignment, right? So part of the work that you do, right, when you look at, the students that are leaving from CTA to the job market, we can see that there is a misalignment there, right? Because what we are being taught, and I'm saying this because I'm newly qualified as well, what we're being taught in university versus what we expected at the job market is totally different, right? What are your comments on that, Elelwani? And what are some of the work that you guys have been started doing at Endunamo to sort of bridge that gap of misalignment?
Sure, and it's really a challenging. It's a challenging area, and one because there's so much work being done by different organizations. And when I was just discussing with Neo was that there is so much isolation, and we're trying to fix one problem, but we're so disconnected. And I can also attest, even though I've qualified for quite a while, that when you start on your job, they call it a training firm, they call it a training contract. But for me, what I thought was a training contract is totally different from what I experienced. Because when I got to my first client, I needed to do my work. I needed to go test revenue. I needed to go do my fixed asset register. I was already expected to do this, but is that a training contract or is this work? And that's what I got to ask myself, to say that, all right, this is part of the journey. And it's the disconnect which I was referring to Neo, to say that you're excellent at your degree. You go through CTA, which is another just hammering, like you just ask yourself, what kind of beast is this? You go through that, you remain sane, but then now you start this training contract and you are on a high because now you have passed this CTA, which is supposedly so difficult, but you struggle at articles. Why are you still struggling so much if you have gone through this different aspects? And for me, is the disconnect. Yeah, maybe let me just plainly say, is the disconnect in between the different points as someone continues in their journey of becoming an accountant as a whole. And the question comes to say that if I'm to fast forward it a bit further to say, Endunamo, if as a professional provider in the APC, you're trying to achieve this, the institute is trying to achieve that, the training firms are trying to achieve X, the universities are achieving X, but you're expecting this one person to produce Y. And it goes back to the collaboration. Are we really collaborating enough to make sure that these individuals in these different steps which they're having, they're fully aware of what is expected of them? Are we training them either from the early childhood to now them becoming that new entry, what do you call it? My academic head calls it that you want to make sure that you have a chartered accountant who is ready to be in the profession and be able to drive what the economy requires out of a CA. But I ask myself to say that in doing that in each and every point in time, are we doing it collaboratively enough to make sure that we produce the CA which we expect?
And I think what I'm getting, or what we should be getting from this conversation, and it's coming a lot, it's seeming like a trend, right, or a theme rather, is that we need to collaborate a bit more. And collaboration literally means getting into one room, professional bodies, institution of higher learning, basic education, everyone. How do we structure this thing in a way that it actually speaks to one another? So that when a child moves from one stage to the next, there isn't that misalignment and that confusion. I like that. Ati, let's come back to you and just switch it up a bit and speak about, your journey as an innovator, as an entrepreneur, right? And just speaking about this collaboration, right? And I just want to ask, what have you seen? Do you think there's enough support and we can keep it as controversial as possible. Because we are not trying to, run around issues. We are here to solve the issues, right? So when you look at your work, right, and the support from the Department of Higher Education, from the Department of Basic Education, is there enough support for young innovators? When you knock on these doors and say, we have our Beta Sigmex, we are here to help. Are you getting the help? Or what does it look like? And what would you like to see going forward?
I think that's actually quite a very important discussion because again, it speaks to these silos that we are seeing. So I think even before I answer your question, I just want to give this preamble that I recently completed a fellowship at Harvard, and one of the discussions was around the fact that Africa has 1.5 billion people, and yet we contribute about 3% of the world's GDP. 3%, 1.5 billion people, 3% of the world's GDP. So, and obviously innovation and entrepreneurship is a very key driver and a key important factor to that. And it's not like we don't have innovators or entrepreneurs. We've got plenty in this country. We export some of them. You get South African companies that are abroad. So we have that. However, when people start to go knocking on doors, especially in the public sector, it's almost like you're moving from pillar to post, and also maybe because there's not a lot of specific guidelines on how they can actually support innovation. So I think that's the one part. So whether you've got an innovative product and you want to pilot it, there's not a lot of clarity of you should be doing this at a provincial level, at a municipal or a district level. So I think, first of all, calling out and speaking directly to the minister if she was here, is that you need at least policy direction on how you innovate. And the other thing is also around incentivizing innovation. So schools don't necessarily have, the infrastructure or the capital to actually innovate themselves. However, they can partner up with a lot of innovations that are out there. So I think those two key things are quite important. I mean, in other countries, there's grants. So my startup, for example, was incubated by the Edinburgh Business School because I studied there. And rolling out in Scotland was so seamless. I'm not a Scottish person. However, being there, they already had traction in terms of these are the schools we work with, this is this, and it was so easily facilitated. Whereas, in South Africa, I did not have that seamlessness. But also not necessarily speaking, but I think just on a structural level, just having that support. I think in terms of collaboration, I just want to touch one point. If we don't buy each other's products, we can scream Hail Mary. There will never be a difference. So if we consume, I think coming back from the Harvard program again, I had to do a self-assessment, and I looked at my bank statement, and I realized probably less than 10% of what I consume on a monthly basis goes to especially Black women-owned companies, and to the point that Linda was making about the intentionality of saying my dress comes from a Xhosa woman instead of all these other brands that we are consuming daily, and we wonder why our communities are not changing. So I think that's the very biggest point, that we have to buy and support it, whether it's services, accountants, not using some of the big fours all the time, but we really have to actually and deliberately support one another. So I think that's the key part. And I mean, to the point, Abasa has been a very supportive organization to my journey specifically, because I go to schools and I get to the schools, those kids have no idea what an accountant is.
Sorry about that. I think we need to add actuaries in that. The other A.
Yes,
Accountants and
Abasa
actuaries.
A, yeah. Exactly. So so Abasa has been very supportive in the sense that they'll come like, these kids don't know what an accountant is. And, they'll send some goodie bags here and there. And you have also been part of that as well. So I think that's very important. And I think if you're wearing your lanyard today as well, Linda has put Sigma X there, which is, just to give us, airtime. And it's very important because, you go to the school and people are like, oh, we're using Microsoft, or we're using this, or we're using this other brand, Kumon, whatever, which is Japanese owned. And we're like, we have a South African Black female competitor which is trying to grow, which has a very direct impact to the community. So it's very important to just have that deliberation, especially if we want to see the changes that we want to see.
Wow. Wow. Wow, very well said. I mean, I can't add anything from there, right? Edwarwan, I want to come and pose the same question to you because I know you also are running your own thing where you're trying to uplift, young students, and you're doing a good job in trying to just bridge this gap, right? Have you seen that support? What's your take? And Madam President, policies. I think what she's saying is there aren't clear policies in place, right, to sort of guide how young innovators, how entrepreneurs can be supported. And I think that's something that we need to take, to our leaders in the government so that this collaboration can better be implemented. What's your take?
Yeah, I think it's slightly different. So one of the things as you run an organization as Endunamo, the first thing which you'll have is to say, how long have you existed? And I'll say that I'm only a certain age. Of course, I've not existed for the longest time than the other ones, the other competitive we have. I've went to the same schools, to these competitors which we have. So in order for you to get into certain seats, you have to do much, much more, and that is fine. I think together with my team, where we have already embraced that part of saying that as a black organization, presenting your product to black firms, or firms, not black firms actually, firms who employ more than 60% of black candidates, you still need to plow a bit more, and that is fine. And for us, what we have always stood up for is that we understand the challenges which some of our candidates are going through. And that's why I go back to the part of saying that the work requires more people. Us as Endunamo can't do it by ourselves. One of the things which in every space which I find myself in, which I talk about when I talk about collaboration as well, is mentorship. And I always say that as a black child, again, you start from negative. You're talking about all these fancy things from the young age. You ask yourself, why are blacks struggling with, they say the blacks pull down the psycho results, right? So if you see the ITC pass rate is 14%, it means that blacks was much far from 14%. And you asked to say that, but Ede, what does mentorship have to do with anything? I'm saying that you have had the challenges. You know how much challenging it is to be in this profession. You understand that when an APC candidate is saying that they're struggling with context, it's because they have never been exposed to writing a memo to the board. So now later here at APC level in their second year of the training, they now need to write to the board. They can't even fathom what is the chairperson of the board. And now you want to try get them there. You want them to move around the different business industries, but they've been exposed to each industry. You say that they get to learn more much when they are younger, but then they only got to understand what a different industry is when they started working at that first year of articles. And within 18 months or 20 months, now they need to understand how the different businesses work. And that's why I always come to say that I've been a qualified CA for more than 10 years. If I'm finding another potential candidate who wants to be a CA, I can fast forward their knowledge gap. I can fast forward their experience. And that's where the change comes from. And that's where I say that it does not matter whether you go to professional provider A to B, that they cannot give it to you on their, even if they try to have you classes, whatever number of sessions they have, but they need a nail who will be saying that in order for you to become a business leader who has good ethical leadership, when you see this, you do not ignore it. It is wrong. But now you want to wait for a particular assessment at Endunamo for one to display ethical leadership. They don't know what it is.
I think she's saying, let's stand on business as professionals. Yeah. Let's stand on business. I like that. Mam Lindela, touching on ITC, thank you very much because you're ushering very nicely my questions that I want to ask Mam Lindela. I know it's a controversial one, ma'am. Coming from UNISA, senior lecturer at UNISA. You know, when we look at the ITC stats, it's noticeable that, you know, majority of our candidates, not all, we're not going to put the spotlight on UNISA only, but majority of us, our candidates are coming from UNISA, right? Which makes us wonder, you know, and this is just me when I was sitting down and trying to understand what the issues could be, right? Is it a distance, an issue of distance learning? What are we missing in that like in us imparting that education, or us preparing those ITC candidates from UNISA? And what is the university doing different, you know, in ensuring that, you know, we are pushing those stats? Because we need black accountants. We need them. We are actually experiencing a shortage currently. And I'm just wondering, ma'am.
Thanks, Neo. Before I respond to your direct question, maybe let's first look at these results that we are talking about here, the ITC results by UNISA. And let us not talk percentages. As a management accounting lecturer, let's not talk percentages. Percentages can be very deceiving. Let's talk numbers. Let's look at the how many in terms of numbers that are produced by UNISA. Then you will understand the contribution that UNISA is making to advancing black accountants in the country. Put that one aside. Yes, distance is a factor. UNISA, like any other distant learning institution, your mill parks and others, distance is a factor. It presents unique challenges. Here we are talking about students that are far from us. We are referring here to students. Most of the students are working students. Most of the students are adults. They have got families. These students, they have to balance their work, studies, and their adulthood commitments. We all know the rigors of this journey, that this can be a very lonely journey. Now, if you're now taking a distant learning student who's far from others, then it creates a challenge. It poses a challenge to that student, because the journey to becoming a chartered accountant is lonely on its own, even for institutions that are face-to-face institutions. It's a very lonely journey. It does create some mental challenges. We know we don't even want to talk about how many have lost their lives because of the loneliness that these students go through. Now, if you're talking about UNISA students, UNISA is one of the access universities, in fact. And the majority of our students are not the students that Art is referring to. These students, they were not exposed to any digital acumen in their young ages. These students were not exposed to any business acumen in their young ages. Now, this student comes to UNISA, which is a distant learning. The student, they do not have even the computers, and they have to learn online. They do not have access to internet. They are in environments where connectivity is an issue. I'm thinking of where I'm coming from, Mount Frere. When I'm home, I know that I will not have any access to internet. I can't even do any kind of transaction because there is no connectivity. Now you have got a student who is sitting there studying at UNISA, and that student is expected to be learning online. How? When connectivity is an issue. This student is a student that is coming from poor or disadvantaged environments in terms of socioeconomic status. Now, this student does not even have data that you need to connect. Yes, UNISA does give them monthly data, but is it enough? if they are going to do everything online, is it enough? So these are the students that UNISA is dealing with. And I think not only UNISA, all distant learning institutions, they have got those challenges that these students, they are lonely. It's a very, very lonely journey. But then again, the bigger question is the methodology, the pedagogy that we use for these students that are distant learning students, that are in those kind of environments, that have got all these kind of challenges that we are aware of. Does it accommodate these students? Is it accommodating enough for these students? Because we are aware of this. We are aware it's a lonely journey. We are aware that these students do not have access to all these things that they need to have access to. But then, is our methodology then accommodating of these students? Now, the second question is, what then are we doing as UNISA? Other than providing them with data? We are trying, we go all out to prepare these students. Firstly, when they get to UNISA, we do a lot of initiatives and interventions to get them to understand the system, UNISA system, to understand how distant learning work, and everything else that they will be needing during the year. And then during the year, we take them through the process in preparing them for the exams. Towards the exams, there are other initiatives that are meant to prepare these students for that. We offer online classes to these students, which we record. These recordings, students have got access to these recordings. We have got tutors, e-tutors. We also have got face-to-face tutors in our different regions. But then the bigger question, which we always ask ourselves in our faculty boards and in our school board, to say, we do offer support to these students, but is this support being received by these students? Are they making use of the support that is being provided to them? I know for a fact that in my lectures, I think I've got more than 6,000 students, but I'm lucky if in a lecture, online lecture, I have got more than 500 students, which is fine for me because recording will be available for them. But then I would go back to look at how many have actually accessed the recordings. Less than 5%. A day or 2 days before an assessment, then you will see them clicking there. It cannot be. Whereas somebody who is a full-time student is going through the material every day, the lifelong learning, the continuous learning that we want from these students. But UNISA students, they don't do that, and I don't blame them. If you have to balance work, which my colleague here correctly referred to, and the demands of these audit firms and other companies. So if you're going to balance work, you have got young kids here. On top of your young kids, some of them, they also have got the older kids, the husbands. And now you also have your studies on the other side. And you are expected to be at your best. It's impossible. Now the bigger question is, what can we do? We have to align the way of delivery to the challenges that these students are exposed to.
But you know, this is something totally different from what we've been hearing. You know, sometimes when you hear people speak, you're hearing the government, private sector. This person is not doing this. I like the fact that you are bringing it back to the students because they also have a responsibility, right? So I think something else to add to that solution is to also check the students. Are they doing their part? Because everyone else can come in the table and assist, but if the students are not doing their part, then it's all in vain, right? I'm looking at the time. I really would have loved to go to town with this topic, but before I open to the floor for questions, I'm just going to allow you guys to also just say your closing remarks. I'll start with you, Erawan.
I'm still just I'm only on one point, collaboration. And I think for me, the main part is that regardless of what you try to do in your area, if you're not connected with the next one, you may be truly misaligned. And for me, it's just finding that aspect. And I think sometimes it's also try to focus on the end point, that it's not about Indunamo, it's not about Abasa, it's not about BDO, sorry because I'm seeing you here. It's not about this different organization. It's about the profession, it's about the economy, it's about us making an impact for these CAs. When you let them, how do you make sure that the pipeline is sufficient to feed the economy? Is the economy ready for them? Are you getting them ready for the economy? Are we limiting selflessness in our space and making sure that we open the doors to make sure that the collaborative work does have an impact on the student, and they will intend also do their part to make sure that they have an impact in transforming the profession, and again, on the larger scale, making sure that our economy progresses. Because as an organization, if you don't progress the economy, you're going to struggle at some point in time. If you're not developing good enough chartered accountants, or if you're not providing an input in developing one, you'll also struggle, because you're going to be having these CAs or these professionals in your organizations who are not bringing you solutions.
Like that. Mam Lindela?
Thank you very much, Neo. For me, which I also going to pose as a homework for all of us here, in terms of transforming the education system, I'm saying language is still a barrier. I'm saying our kids, they can't comprehend. Problem solving is a problem. They can't articulate, be it written or verbal communication, it is a problem. I'm saying that there is still a problem with general etiquette. I'm saying there is still a problem with an attitude towards building a strong resistance. I'm saying to all of us today, we need to build as early as age 0 those professional values, attitudes, and arguments. It's too late to start at university to try and build those PVAs that we talk about as accountants. We need basic education here. Because it's for me now, it's no longer about impacting knowledge. We've gone past that. It's about those professional values, acumen, and attitudes. If we can deal with that and master that, then I would gladly say education system is transformed. Thank you.
Like that.
I think as a closing remark, I'd like to say, first of all, mathematics is very important. A child who's exposed to mathematics is a critical thinker. They can logically reason, they can discern things, they can analyze things, they can do their taxes, they can invest in this company versus the other. So it's a critical thinker in the sense it needs evidence. And in this age where you don't know what's real and what's fake, it's important to actually make sure that our kids have that discernment. So I think that's the big part. And the second part is, I think it's the public sector, private sector partnerships are very important. And by important, I mean we need to start setting very ambitious goals for the private sector. Because as the CEO of the ECDC mentioned, is that, you know, we can no longer build silos because we are all impacted with crime and all these other problems. So I think, you know, when I heard her my fellow colleague talking about the fact that there are kids who can't even learn just basic curriculum because they don't have laptops, they don't have connectivity. And yet we've got telecoms companies declaring dividends in the billions of rands. So we need to actually have that accountability. Let's set ambitious goals. Say by 2050, there's no reasons why schools are not connected. And people want to put profit above the fact of, collecting schools, connecting hospitals. And other countries are really working very closely with the private sector in order to set these ambitious goals. So I think that is something very, very important, because if people are not connected, we're going to leave, provinces and homes and cities behind, while other people are, are growing. As we know, that South Africa, we've got the highest income inequality in the world. So all of this is very important. So mathematics is a very key factor in that. So I think for me, driving that collaboration within the private sector, and just as public sector, or as lobbying organizations, or as professionals, we also hold the private sector accountable, because we all have to play a part. And if you're declaring so many dividends, I think there's a lot we can do and take those in order to create a much more fairer society.
I like that. Do we have any questions from the floor before I say my closing remarks? Okay, I've noted. Lazola, this is the part where you were supposed to be running around, but incapacitated.
Thank you so much for the platform, and greetings to everyone in the room. I'm so inspired by the panelists, and I think the burning question for me at the stage where I was doing my PhD waiting for results, and I see all the professionals that are here, everyone that is here, but I'm particularly inspired by you, Artie, and I'd like to know what did the role of mentorship do for you? Because seeing that you got the Premier's bursary and you're coming from Eastern Cape, I'd like to think that your background was not what the life you're living right now. It was a bit different, or you were less privileged, I don't know. But what did the role of mentorship do for you? Because I think that's very important in bridging the gap between where we are coming from and where we want to go. Yeah, that's my question.
Can we just take the second one? Sorry about that. Then so we can just...
Thank you very much. To my panelists, I just wanted to have one question in relation to the role of the parents. I did not hear that at all, but maybe I'll leave it to you guys. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll start with the second one. So that is my dad. So yeah, he had to ask that one. So I think I'll just tie it in and then leave the other panelists. So I think for me, I was going to actually tie it together in the sense that mentorship is very important, and mentorship starts at home. So, and kids don't even need, they need one adult who believes in them. So who basically says, you could be anything, you could be a CA, even if they don't know, they just need that one adult who believes in them. And I think for me, my first ever mentor was my dad. So he was the president of the Association for South African Quantity Surveyors in South Africa. So I think that that actually helped me. But I think I always say that you need a mentor and you need a sponsor, and those two are not the same. So mentors will share information easily, maybe on a 30-minute call, on a 20-minute call. So you need to be able to identify who's your mentor. But then on the sponsorship part, you need people who will speak about you when you're not in the room, when there's, opportunities available for board positions, for bursaries. And they say, actually, I know Neo. And Neo, so it's very important to actually just have different mentors for different things. So I think so doing that homework and identifying those individuals. You can't get everything from one person, because otherwise you just become a burden on their time. But however you can, get one or two elements from of very important life-changing sort of advice or even opportunities from 2 or 3 different people. So identifying the right people is quite important. And also peer-to-peer mentoring as well is quite important. Sometimes I don't necessarily have access to everyone. But, one of my friends, their father was on the House of Lords. So through him, I actually get, lots of advice. So it's very important to just be able to make that distinction, because otherwise, a lot of people are overly mentored and, not a lot of difference. They don't see a lot of difference in their lives. But I think what is also important is making sure that you've got the right sponsors.
Nice.
Thanks, Nena. Now, as a parent, as a teacher, let me respond to the question about the role of parents. It's critical. The role of a parent is critical. The students or learners, they need that support. The facilitators of teaching and learning can only do this much. But support can only contribute this much to the success of that student or that learner. So parents are supposed to play a major role. But the big question is, are they playing that role? Firstly, some of the parents, especially the parents from those remote backgrounds and disadvantaged backgrounds, they are not equipped to deal with today's curriculum. That's point one. So that throws them out of the question. But then support that does not necessarily mean supporting them with the technical knowledge. But those parents, you'll find that those parents are not even there for those kids. Those parents are enjoying their lives somewhere. Even those parents that have got kids that are being supported by SASSA, they would take that SASSA money and enjoy themselves. They are never there for the kids. Now let's take us as parents. Are we supporting our children fully? Probably not, because we are out there chasing money. Our kids, they are being parented by the, what do you call these people? What do you call?
Influences.
Yes, by the opers, yes. Parents are not there. What do we do as professionals here? Is to just give them money. We are ATMs to those kids. We are not offering them the support that those kids they need. Now you start to wonder, how can somebody birthed by an accountant and a doctor not succeed in life? It's lack of support. Because that doctor and that accountant were busy chasing money. They never set time aside to be there as parents, to support the parents, to mentor the parents. I was never mentored by somebody outside from home. I was mentored by my family. My family were never highly educated. My mother wasn't highly educated. My father wasn't highly educated. But my mother was a housewife who was forever there for us, ensuring that food is there, ensuring that we are studying during study time, ensuring that we do all. So we got the support. That's why we are where we are. It's because of the support. Yeah. I do believe in parental support. At home we are 5, and all of us are highly educated because both parents were there for us, supporting us. Thank you.
And I think maybe just to add up and to we also know that in the country we're in, we have so many kids who don't have both parents. And for me, I'm going to stay on it, mentorship. You, as a manager there at your work, with your parental abilities, are you doing a tick box to say that she's done with this task and you've not checked how she's doing? Or what professional skills you're imparting to there? To those who you are also interested with. Because we do know the challenges we also have in South Africa. Not everyone is going to have parents. But also where you are people also thinking that if a CA looks like this, I don't want to be one?
Word.
Yes. So for me is that we have a role to play. Regardless of where you are, you have a role to play. And that one word which you can just cheer up the next person will make a difference to their lives. If they don't have a parent, but seeing you from that parent position, saying you're doing well, you're in the right path, perhaps correct that, that's not how you talk. It will go a long way, because not all of us will have parents, but parents do play a significant role, and especially I think from a mental capacity perspective, because they may not have the technical skills, but if they believe in you, you are now pushed to believe in yourself.
If I may come in here now.
Okay.
I found this very interesting.
30 seconds, Ma'am Lindell.
Yes.
30 seconds.
For me, a parent is not that biological parent. For me, all of us here are parents. Why then would we have kids who do not have parents? I disagree. We are all parents in our individual spaces. Are we offering the parental support that we're supposed to be offering to those kids? In black communities, there is no one who can say, I don't have parents, because everybody is a parent. But the thing is, we are not offering the parental support that we're supposed to offer. If you are a teacher at a school, those kids, you are not only a teacher to those kids, you are a parent. At church, you are not only a spiritual person to those kids, you are a parent. But we are not doing the role of a parent. Or we are, when we talk about parenthood, we think that I'm talking to my 3 kids that were birthed by me. That's not the case. Thank you.
Yeah. Ma'am Linda, I think next time when we do plenaries, just give us 1 hour, 30 minutes, so that we can have more and more, wisdom coming out. Thank you so much, guys, for your attention. Thank you so much for your wonderful questions. And thank you to my panelists. Oh, my God. They blew my mind. They came prepared like they were coming in. So I think for me, as we close this topic, I just want to say that we have a responsibility. And as Abasa, we also have a responsibility to go and take these solutions where they're supposed to, these suggestions and solutions where they're supposed to go, and hold the government, the private sector, everyone involved in the value chain accountable. So I'm speaking to all the Abasa leaders that are in this room to say that our leaders have spoken, our speakers have spoken, and we really need to take to action what they have suggested. With that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Once again, we'd like to thank the first panel. Wow, quite inspiring, Mamsonga. Yes, as much as charity begins at home, I cannot echo that enough, that so does discipline. So I think that is another thing that we slowly but surely have somewhat forgotten, because I myself, I'm a middle child of a family of 6 children, and traumatic as it was to go pick which belt is going to hit you, it took me down the right path. In preparation for the next panel, we would like to just take a 10-minute recess, strictly 10 minutes, and then please be in your seat, 20 minutes before 1, so that the next panel, we can invite them to the stage. Thank you.
a call a bit later.
Hello? Can you? Okay. 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 Right. Okay, I'm going to introduce our second panel. I'm going to call onto stage to introduce our second panel, Mr. Tembaletu Seisi, who will be our facilitator for this panel. Tembaletu.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Your Royal Highness Linda Maqoma, for this privilege. I'm very excited to be here, and we recognize your work, we recognize your worth. Despite a globally lauded constitution, which informs all other policies, transformation in South Africa and globally is experiencing a backsliding. If you've watched the news this morning, the world's biggest democracy is in crisis. What is the role of policies in advancing transformation? This is what this panel will be dealing with. Particularly black economic empowerment and employment equity. I've got very established panelists. I won't read all their bios, but as I call them up, I'll tell you what they're currently doing. So we'll call up Ms. Tuto Masasa, who's the National Head of Advisory at BDO South Africa. Tuto, please join us. The Senior Lecturer at the University of Fort Hare Nkuhlu Department of Accounting, Ms. Ntombi Mngonywa. The Vice President at Black Business Council, Mr. Gregory Mufokeng. Oh, he's got some fans in the room. Mr. Tembinkosi Kichini, who's the founder and CEO of Sujaju Consulting. And the CEO of Chapuk Chartered Accountants, Ms. Nqumisa Nkungqwana. Are we excited to be here? We've got the difficult duty of talking about transformation. 30 years into democracy and 39 years of Abasa. Has South Africa really transformed? But has the accounting space transformed? We've been cut to 40 minutes. So I'll give the panelists, starting from my left, 3 minutes each to do opening remarks. And I want you to be as robust and controversial as you can be. So we'll do that. We'll have 3 minutes each to do your opening remarks.
Thank you, facilitator. Good afternoon to everyone. So in 2016, we were celebrating the UFH centenary year and the decade of the accreditation by SAICA as the Nkuhlu Department of Accounting. Prof. Nkuhlu, when he was addressing the House, he said, we need 100,000 chartered accountants in the country. And it was like, where are those going to be employed? But with time, when I pondered on his statement, I realized that that was actually true. Remember when SAICA produces the chartered accountants, SAICA says that they are developing leaders for the community, for the government, and for business. So now, where we are currently, we are really in a bad state. BEE, yes, the policies are good, the legislation is good, but the narrative has not changed. So if you're looking at even the researchers starting from when the BEE was introduced up to now, you can see that what has happened is that the representation and diversity is actually incremental and not transformative. So we are really facing that challenge currently. And so then, living in the Eastern Cape. So if you're looking, for example, at the first set report, I think it's 2021 report, that will talk to the first set employers. So you're looking at the Eastern Cape, for example, versus Gauteng. Eastern Cape is sitting at 4%. Gauteng is sitting at 58%. And then you wonder then, how then will Eastern Cape develop? So today, as we're going to talk about the transformation of the BEE, I just want to challenge each and every one of us here that it's not about our own individual benefits. It's about the country. And fortunately, there's a lot of change that's happening now with EVs coming into place. So we have a responsibility as the chartered accountants to be leaders and collaborate with the TVETs to ensure that the Chinese companies that are settling now, one of them here at ELIDZ, they are able then to find skills within the Eastern Cape, because really, truly speaking, is that even the automotive industry is facing challenges. So if there's an option that's coming up of EVs, why don't we take that as leaders that were developed by SAICA? Thank you.
All right. So it's afternoon now. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Ngumisa, as Tembaletu has introduced. So in terms of we're making progress in the space of transformation. So
Your mic.
my mic is not on. Can you guys hear me now? Yeah. Okay. Apologies for that. So when I looked, I think I focused on the CA numbers, right? So in terms of currently, I think that the SAICA numbers, I think it was about 59,000 CAs. But now, if you are looking at the black CAs, I think I like Sis Linda, she said you mustn't look at percentages. You've got about 15.9 that are black. That's a combination of male and females. And then if you're looking at females, it's 5.7. So there's still a challenge in respect of transforming the CA or the chartered accountants that we have in the country. But now if you also take it back, so there was a sector code, a CA charter that was established to really, and the objective of that code, of that charter, was to improve the number of black CAs and to fast track the CAs within the country. But that hasn't gained any momentum. And looking at, because I was reading the charter and I was like, but who's taking accountability of this charter? Who's saying if things are not happening, if there's people that are not being employed at the higher levels, at middle management, the blacks people, who's holding anyone accountable? So there's no accountability. Are we even reporting? In terms of that charter, they wanted, I think, 32%, let me put it like that, to be black CAs, and we are not even close to that. And that was the target for 2016, and now we are in 2024, and we are still nowhere close to that target. So I think we need, as professionals, to see what is our role. So as a black firm, I run my own firm, but as a black firm, as a small firm, what is it that I can do in my space? There's a lot that I can do in my space, but I also need the support in order then to grow the economy. Because as SMEs, we are the biggest employers. And also looking at the charter itself, the charter was focused on CAs. But what about the other accountants within the profession? How are we holding them accountable? And how are we ensuring that they also contribute towards the economy and growing the economy? Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity, Madam President. Indeed, this morning is it's a sad day for Black women, in particular, given then the Global North results that we're seeing, with Kamala really being behind, and you sit here as a Black woman, wonder what is really then the next trajectory of leadership for us, because that was to set the tone. Nonetheless, maybe coming back home, the numbers have been sort of spoken about when we talk about BE and employment equity from a CA perspective. I would just maybe want to reflect to then, from a legislation perspective, we've got BEE that's sitting with the DTCI, we've got then employment equity that's sitting with Department of Labor. I think in the previous panel there was a point around silos, and things not necessarily coming together, or at least collaborating to then say this is the trajectory that we've got to take, and we've got to make a leapfrog change. We cannot deny the change that has happened, or at least the shift that has taken place. When I was looking at some of the statistics, 2002, when you look at the under 35s of qualified CAs, that was sitting at about, say, 2% of Black Africans. 2024, we're sitting at about, say, I think 35%. So there is definitely, we can recognize that the piece of legislation has made some movements. The question is it enough? That is now one on the skills development, again, also sitting with Department of Labor. Now, the other question, which again, sitting with DTCI, that we've got to ask, is this issue around ownership and management control, which I guess maybe our charter is not necessarily also robustly engaging with. Ownership, yes, ownership within the audit firms, but is that enough as well? Ownership, when we talk of CAs, we've seen, I think, our counterparts being actively involved in the economy in other parts, within various other industries around the ownership of industrialization, because of then the business acumen that we instilled with. So ownership, I think we've got to look at that to then say, is it still the right conversation and the right bar that we're setting and talking about? Maybe then the next wave from now on, we've had our 30 years of foundation, great path, but then the next wave, when we talk of foundation, ownership, what about that? What type of ownership and what type of then management control when we talk about the leaders and leadership that we want to have of the pipeline of Black accountants? What does that look like? And I think the panel that was before us really did set the bar around even mentorship, networking. What does that look like? And therefore also, how do we use this piece of legislation to help us maybe taking it to the next level? Do we need different leadership programs for Black accountants once you've been instilled with the basic training? So those are some of the questions that I think we've got to maybe look at and debate to then say, what is then the next trajectory, given the foundation that we've had?
Thank you very much, moderator. Am I allowed? Okay, thank you very much. Let me firstly acknowledge the leadership of Abasa, under the presidency of Madam Mangoma, who is also my colleague at BBC. I'm the vice president for business, and she's the vice president for professionals there at BBC. And also acknowledge the stalwarts here at Abasa. It's always good to attend Abasa events, because you see stalwarts of Abasa, and automatically they become stalwarts of Black business as well, because they've played a very important role, to lay the foundation for the Black Business Council as well. Now, I think the first thing that we need to make clear, colleagues, is that there will be no BBB sunset clause. Let's be clear. You can clap hands for us. So all this talk that is happening now that no, we need to review triple BE because it's not working and so on and so forth, I think we must put those issues to bed and say that there will be no sunset clause because our economy is not yet as transformed as we would like it to be as black business as well as black people in this country. Let's be clear about that. All right. So there's no talk about any amendments to say when is this dispensation coming to an end because we think that a few people have been empowered and we are all okay. We are not okay. We are not. There's a few of us who are okay. Some amongst us are very okay. But that is not the true state of affairs as far as all of us are concerned. So we still need to do more to empower our people. Now, let me talk to two issues, especially looking at the Commission for Employment Equity report that recently came out, and I think it's pertinent for this panel discussion. Firstly, the Commission in the report state the following. The pace of transformation in the labor market remains very slow and have not made a significant dent in ensuring the equitable representation at all designated groups across occupational levels in the workforce, especially at the upper echelons of top and senior management in all sectors of the economy. This is what the report says. So it simply means that we still have a lot to do as far as employment equity is concerned as well. And this obviously dovetails with what the profession is trying to do with the charter. And I think later in the panel we will go into detail as far as how the charter speaks to these issues of employment equity. The report further says that opportunities in top and senior management still favors whites. That's what the report says. So we must deal with that issue. And let's not shy away from it, that whites are overrepresented at the top. So we need to make sure that whatever policy interventions we are making, as we tighten the rules further, we must make sure that more and more black people rise to the top echelons of management. There is some progress in professionally qualified black people, especially in middle management, and that's where we are actually overrepresented as black people. So we get stuck there because we are not being drawn to the higher echelons of management. And of course, all of us have to also answer the difficult question around the underrepresentation of the disabled people. Sure. This is an issue that we have to seriously consider because it affects all of us. Now, most of you will also be aware that the Employment Equity Amendment Act came into force in April 2023, and there are three very important interventions in that piece of legislation. The number one issue is that the minister will have to regulate sector-specific employment equity numerical targets. So we must be clear about numerical targets. And I can tell you now, colleagues, I come from the built environment sector. We are already facing a threat of litigation because white businesses say, no, don't force numbers on us. Don't force quotas on us. We will transform at our own pace. Now we cannot have that. We must have a target, a numerical target. It's either you have so many black people in your different levels of management or something must happen. It can't be business as usual. Something needs to happen. Now, in that piece of legislation, there's a lever that government is introducing, and that is that all the companies that are exposed to public sector projects will then have to get a certificate, compliance certificate. If you don't have that compliance certificate, you will be excluded from doing business with government. That is what we wanted. Now, I'm hoping that as we finalize the regulations to enable this lever to kick in, that those of you who are exposed to procurement in your companies, in the departments, in municipalities where you are working, that you are going to implement this measure effectively. This manga business that we are seeing now, of companies that are level 7 getting tenders, we should not see them getting tenders if they are not compliant with employment equity regulations. So we want to appeal to you, colleagues, that those compliance certificates, once they come into operation, let's implement the law to the latter. Because if we don't, you see, we've tried this thing of goodwill for the longest time. No, it's not working. It's not me, it's the report. I've quoted what the report says. It's not Gregory Mufuki and says, no, the goodwill that we wanted to rely on to transform our economy has not worked. It is the commission that is saying so. So let us be clear, colleagues, and let's take ourselves seriously. If we want to see transformation, we must make the tough decisions. And most importantly, let's implement what we say we're going to implement. We can't have a law and then we don't implement it and expect somehow, miraculously, something is going to happen. There's nothing miraculous going to happen here. Everything depends on our actions. And we must be resolute when it comes to that. Thank you very much.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Madam President, thank you very much for the invitation. I think this is a very important topic and an important topic that's very close to my heart. One of my colleagues on the panel said BE is good, transformation is good, employment equity is good, but we sit now in November 2024 with the employment equity reporting closing in January 2025, with employment equity legislation having changed, yet South Africa Inc. is fallen asleep to the sectoral targets that we need to meet by that period. So I understand that change takes a while and, we take time to implement. We don't like change, but as my colleague Greg has mentioned, it's chai. We cannot sit on our backs and allow corporate South Africa, especially white-owned corporate South Africa, to put a ceiling at middle management, and that's where we stay. It's time for change, and we, the people sitting in this room, are the people that are responsible to take that message back to wherever we go, wherever we come from, wherever we are comfortable sitting in offices that overlook the whole of Sandton, and we are quiet because, I'm able to live in a nice suburb with a swimming pool and high walls, and I don't see what is happening with my neighbor who lives down the road in Alex. So it's time for us to take charge and to take this baton, and we've been given legislation that can actually assist us. So my views, where we see crime in South Africa and the country is burning, we are part of that reason. There's a suburb in the east of Johannesburg, somewhere in Germiston, where I think the picture was trending. There's one road where it's shacks on this side and swimming pools on the other side. And then we wonder why we're in trouble as a country. There's a thing called the Gini coefficient. It's a measure of the space between, it's a measure of inequality, basically, financial inequality. And we've got one of the highest problems when it comes to the Gini coefficient. So I think the charge is on us. We need to do better as black professionals. Thank you.
We must be resolute, we must take charge, and we need to do better. Kitchen, you mentioned the Gini coefficient. At any given stage in South Africa, it's about between 0.67 and 0.69. So the closer you get to 1, the highly unequal you are as a country. But I want to pick up on Greg. You said we need to be resolute. And you said we need laws, and the panel is about the effectiveness of policies and laws. I mean, even if you're a magician or you go to magics, for example, you can't just have this magic wand that's going to solve everything if the magician doesn't know how to use the magic wand. So, do we know how to use these laws and policies effectively?
The answer is yes. But the trend is that we're not using it to benefit black people. And let me take a step back here just to emphasize my point. You see, first and foremost, I want to urge you as professionals to be present. Let's show up. Because we can do the heavy lifting at Abasa, at BBC level, and so on and so forth. But when it comes to making significant contributions towards legislation, we need you. We need your experience. We need your expertise. So 2 pieces of legislation that are critical, even for this discussion. The first one, as we said, is the Employment Equity Amendment Act is there already. We are now developing the regulations. What we are asking of you is show up. Contribute towards that process of drafting those regulations, because those regulations are the tools that you must utilize in your own space to implement the legislation. That's number one. Number two, the president has just assented the Public Procurement Act into law. The BBC and its affiliates played a very, very critical role to ensure that happens. Again, we are at a point where we are developing the regulations. By the time that they are gazetted for public comment, we want you to please show up. In fact, because you are Abasa members, because you are Abasa members, because you are not showing up even in Abasa committees and BBC committees where you are supposed to be making inputs right now. You have the privilege of doing the work now before even the public sees the regulations. But you are nowhere. So this is an issue that we must address as far as yourselves as Abasa members is concerned. We need you to show up now so that we don't then say, but I don't like these regulations. What did you do when we were drafting these regulations? So you can't sit there and act as if you don't have agency. By being an Abasa member, you have agency. And we expect you to come to the party so that together we can craft the laws that will work for this country. Next point. Zondo Commission. Zondo Commission. The black face is now the face of corruption. And in the committees where you are sitting, bid adjudication committees, yourselves, when an award of a multi-billion rand tender must go to black people, hey, you know these black people, what is the media going to say? Because we are giving this big tender to black people. The very tender that is supposed to assist in us transforming the economy. Some of us take decisions that these tenders can't go to black people because now we're afraid of the media and we're afraid of being taken to Zondo Commission number 2. I don't know who promised to Zondo Commission number 2, but you are worried about a non-existent commission. But you are forgetting that if you look at the people who paid back the most money, it's white business. So you have not even read the report objectively to say if we've got to put a scale, who was more corrupt? It's not even the right conversation to have. But for the purpose of this conversation, let's have it. Who benefited more? It's white business. But you don't discuss that in your bid adjudication committees. The only thing that preoccupies your mind is that we can't give it to black people because the media and Zondo Commission number 2. You have forgotten that the billions that were refunded are from white business. So let's be objective. So back to you, moderator. The laws are there. Our people are using them, but not to empower us. They are using them to keep the status quo going. There is no bid adjudication committee that is more white than black in this country, especially when you look at the public sector. It doesn't exist. A bid adjudication committee that has got more white people in it. It's us who are there. So we have the levers. We have the power, but we're not utilizing it.
The laws are there. They're not being used to empower black people. We need to change that. Tuto, how do we change that?
It's an
How do we
interesting
use
one.
the laws to benefit black people?
It's a tough question. My reflections have been to, if one may maybe reflect to some of them the history to say, we learned there was a first wave of BE, there was a second wave of BE, and we are in the third wave of BE per se. My reflections has been, well, you've got a piece of legislation, you've got those to be empowered, and you've got those that are empowering. The first wave, as you know, some of us maybe were still young from an economic perspective, or rather even understanding the likes of your Nail, Jonic, and all of those companies, and then thereafter you've got the Safikas and so on. So I battle as well to say, and I think it was raised previously, to there's legislation, but there are participants in there, participants being those empowered and those empowering. Have we built enough industrialists in, when we also have the opportunities, have we built enough? And maybe slightly controversial, if we look at the previous era of then between the English and the Afrikaner, and you look at then how then the Afrikaner community were able maybe to use the same piece of legislation to actually build industrialization of some of the industries, or at least companies that are still living today, and they'll outlive the next set of generation. I would challenge us to then say, yes, legislation is there, and I think you're quite right. It really does favor black people. Implementation, but also us then taking, have we really used the tool appropriately for then to for a legacy to outlive?
I get you, Tut. Absolutely. And what I'm hearing you say is that we should investigate how the Afrikaners did it. But the issue that we might have is that we have to cater for everybody. They didn't have to. They just had to cater for a certain group. But I think there is method in their madness.
Fair.
And that we should pick up. But there's a sore thumb here in this house. There's a CA charter, as we had, that nobody is taking responsibility for. And there's a CA charter that actually might not be as inclusive as we want it to be. Nomesa, where do we go from here with that charter? What do we do with it?
Okay, thanks, Timbalito. So with the CA charter, so I think firstly is we need to assign someone to be accountable. So is it Abasa? So as I said, it's not inclusive. It's just focusing on chartered accountants. But the economy, yes, I think when the charter was being made, the critical skill then was CA, which still is a critical skill that we are lacking in as a country. But there's other accountants that can also help us to transform the economy, as I've said, and also to grow the economy. So I think Abasa, for me, President, it's better placed in that advancement of that charter and that implementation of that charter. But now once you've got someone who's taking overall accountability, you need to monitor, because whatever is not monitored, if you're not setting targets, and I think the main challenge is that there were no short-term targets. They had this long-term target in terms of what we wanted to achieve in 2016. So have short-term targets and reporting. So what I'm also finding on the ESG space that everyone is now climbing on, there's a lot of reporting that you are required to do. So once you now enforce the firms that in terms of now the charter, this is what you need to report, and then maybe then and also they are being held accountable. So I think currently it's not beneficial for the people that own, if I say own, or they play a better or a bigger portion of the CA profession, if I can put it like that. So they can still continue, the big four firms can still continue. It doesn't have an impact on their operation. It doesn't have an impact to the BBC's comment, gentleman, to his point that they still get the tenders. And then you look at their BE score, they're sitting on level 1, level 2. but there's no real transformation. So I think we also need to have those conversations to say we need to really be transparent about transformation, and really are we setting then the right targets in terms of looking at top management, middle management, and we're not stopping there. There's that ceiling at middle management needs to be removed. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, we may. On that point of real transformation, Abasa, you've been tasked to lead us in making sure that somebody takes responsibility for the CA Charter. Right, we've got 5 minutes. Shoo. No preambles. We'll start with that table. Straight to the questions, no preambles.
Okay. So I think my question is around this being a tick box exercise, or us actually getting to those big seats and actually having a voice, right? How will we be able to monitor or hold these institutions accountable? Like, if you're making me a partner or a CEO of an institution, how do we make sure that I'm also there, equipped and capacitated to actually lead and trusted with that leadership, and not as a front or as a tick box exercise?
Thank you. Mine is, thank you for the points that have been discussed. They're not the first time you've heard these points. We are just reiterating them, we're just reinforcing them. Mine is, legislation has been there. And it's been, firms have been aware of this legislation. How effective is the BEE commissioner? What is their mandate actually? Can they not police and enforce? Can we see some regulatory punishment for non-compliance? Because this has just been going on for far too long. And then the challenge to Abasa with regards to holding somebody accountable with regard to the CA Charter. See, NGO, we don't have money and resources. And for us to be effective, that is what we need. So give us then suggestions how we can go about doing that. Thank you.
It's the whole table. Thank you. Thank you very much to the speakers. My point is exactly maybe around the issues related to transformation versus value for money. Because we are given this notion that there is supposed to be value for money, and yet if value for money leave black people outside, it is not what it's supposed to be. For instance, I'm in the construction sector. I can tell you right now, we are all busy bidding with tenders, running left and right and center. But I can tell you the supplier, the manufacturer is just waiting for you there. And I can tell you that in terms of your participation in whether you are doing the construction services itself, the reality is that you will have to comply with the laws that are there. But there are people that are not in or that are not affected by that law. For instance, we had many laws that are existing, but they exclude private sector. If I'm building, for instance, this mall that you are sitting in right now, I can tell you right now the levels of participation needs to be monitored. You get a 2 billion tender given to one construction firm, I can tell you it decide on its own as to who is supposed to participate in that value chain. Thank you.
Sure.
I think just my question is, the media drives perception, right? If it says transformation is good, people can perceive it as good. But when do we start talking about the transformation of the media? Because those perceptions that is driving sometimes can either be propaganda, or they can be actually biased. So, yeah.
All right, let's start with kitchen and then we'll come. You don't have to answer all questions. You can answer one so that everybody has a chance to take a question.
So I'll take two of those questions then.
Granted, sir.
We, as I mentioned earlier, or as was mentioned earlier, legislation exists. There are punitive measures that can be taken. So the BEE commissioner has teeth, but we sit in these organizations because we benefit and we don't go and report what is happening within our own backyards. So we need to take responsibility, get up and go report it. As soon as you report something with the BEE commissioner, they will investigate. And there's fines, 10% of your annual revenue. There's, even with the employment equity legislation that's been propagated or promulgated, you have the risk of not getting your certificate of compliance. And without your certificate of compliance, one, you can't do business with government. Two, you don't get to be audited for your management control element of your BEE scorecard, which means potentially losing 19 points, which means potentially losing a couple of levels, which means potentially losing revenue and contracts. So there is a lot of information that's out there. We're available to provide those insights, but we all need to come to the party. The tick box thing, as I mentioned earlier, or I may have alluded to it, is that when it's comfortable for you and it benefits you, we chill and we quiet. Only when it doesn't benefit us and only a few people benefit from BEE, then we start having these conversations. So I think it's again, we need to take the charge. We need to do the right thing.
Colleagues, I have advice, President. You see, when we were being briefed by the moderator, he said, you must read these documents. So I read your charter. Number one advice is that let it be a broad charter. Let it encompass the accountancy profession in its entirety. Where it is, let it be brought back to Abasa. Redraft this thing. Please, let it be inclusive. From the other side, Pat and I are in the construction industry. We've got the Construction Sector Charter Council, which encompasses the value chain. So we're not only looking at contractors, we also have professionals there. We are now preparing to have separate weightings for manufacturers and suppliers. So all you need to do is to have different weightings for different players in the value chain. But let it be inclusive. Because if you don't do that, the others in the same value chain will want their own charter council, and you will have problems because there are a lot of gray areas. So that's my number one advice. Number two is that I don't like this SAICA arrangement, President. I don't like it because you are going to be beholden to somebody else. Now, the day SAICA has got a CEO that doesn't like Abasa and does not like transformation, you are going to have a problem. So as you redraft, SAICA, my pome, out of the charter, they can come in as one of the stakeholders. We don't have a problem, we'll invite them to meetings and so on. And they can participate as a stakeholder. But then what you then need to do is that in the charter, build in a sustainable funding model. That sustainable funding model must be based on private sector contributions. When I say private sector, I don't even mean Abasa and other organizations like Abasa. I mean the audit firms themselves, the accounting firms themselves. So they must pay towards some account that will then sustain the charter. Otherwise, if you don't do that, I can tell you now, you will be begging from one corporate to the next, from one department to the next, because now you need money to pay salaries, you need money to pay rent. And then your work gets disrupted as the charter. The other issue as well is that one of the things that you need to build in now, again, is the fact that your verification agencies, you will look at the model, but the verification agencies must give you the comprehensive report, not the certificate. We are not interested in the certificate alone. We want the numbers, and the numbers are in the report. So when they report, companies and their verification agencies must not just simply give you the certificate and say we are level 1 or level 2. Get the report, because that's where the numbers are. And then when you report to industry and to the nation, you will have a comprehensive picture of what is happening in the entire sector. The other one, which I think you need to do a little bit more on, is on enterprise and supply development. I know that you've said you are shifting some of the points to skills development because that's where the largest impact is. But colleagues, this is a piece of legislation that is very interesting. It also encourages you to develop your own competition. Yes. It says you must empower black companies that are still coming up. So we must not be exonerated from that responsibility, both white and black companies. And it talks to the point that May was making here. Where if you look at the earlier beneficiaries, I'm sorry to say, but there's a lot of disappointment there, because we should not be sitting with some of the problems that we are sitting with had they taken on the responsibility to empower others. Today we've got billionaires who are black. But black youth are still struggling. Start up. 100,000, I want to do something. Why must we go to the banks when we have empowered people through the very legislation? They are supposed to be empowering others. So the accounting firms, the auditing firms must also be held to that responsibility. As you increase your turnover, as you grow, pull up others. Let it be in the charter so that people don't come with excuses. The other one is this issue of mandatory audit firm rotation. I think you must find a place for it. I'm watching the space carefully. I sit on some of the boards. I keep on rotation, man. I don't see this rotation. Every year we are giving the same auditors. No, these ones know the company very well. No, man. There's supposed to be a rotation here. Where is this rotation? So it must come in. Let's factor it into the charter somehow. As you sit and draft, you will see how to do it. Let me end it there, facilitator. Thank you very much.
Maybe just to add one or two, I think the observation around monitoring and evaluation and enforcement is a great one, and it needs to be debated. And that one must be really have teeth. I know you're saying it's got teeth, but we haven't seen any court cases. I personally haven't seen anyone saying there's been a fine from Employment Equity. Department of Labor is actually giving somebody a fine. Shocking, or just one company, we haven't. So I do think enforcement is quite critical, and it's been lagging. And if you look at actually the commission was enacted when? Maybe 7 years or 8 years later after the legislation was put in place. So there is a slow pace around monitoring, evaluation, and enforcement. Just the last piece maybe that I just wanted to contribute to, and I can't comment on the media, but I think it's quite a very good point, and I think it's a global issue in any case. Media issue is in the hands of the few, and they report what they want to report. But it's the issue. We've seen our country really putting a program on industrialization. It's there, whether it's gaining momentum or feet, that's a conversation for another day. I do think as professionals in this room, we also then need to start speaking to DTCI around the knowledge economy, because we've got a lot of young people in this country that are also getting skilled. So what are we doing in that knowledge? Because that's where we get to participate as the professionals in this room. So how do we actually have the right funding models and infrastructure put for the knowledge economy, as we've seen it in the Silicon Valleys, as we've seen it in the Singapore of this world, to drive whether it's financial services or anything else, so that we can participate meaningfully. Yeah.
Meaningful participation.
Godfrey, I wouldn't say let's check Saika out. So I would say
We are inviting them to the meetings. They're
let
not
let us collaborate. So I think, and that's one thing, as I think most of us are black in this room, we don't do that quite well as black people. The collaboration, supporting each other, I don't know, it's something that we really are not doing well. So let's collaborate with SAICA, let's collaborate with SAIPA, ACCA, all the other accountancy professions that we have in the country. I think that's the way. And the reason why I agree with Godfrey in terms of Abasa being rightly fully placed. And if you look at the track record in terms of the advancement that they have done in improving accountants, in growing the number of CAs that we have in the country. So they do have, I think, that muscle. And looking at the track record as Abasa, you can make that positive contribution in ensuring that there is no inequality within the accountancy space. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Much to the organizers' annoyance, the president is declining. She wanted to comment, but she's now taken herself off. Ma'am, we've heard the esteemed panelists, and we know that we've got a constitution that enjoins us to establish a society based on fundamental human rights, democratic values, and social justice. Because all these colleagues are saying is that we should be a socially just country. But close us off to how that socially just country looks like. A truly transformed accounting profession, but a truly transformed South Africa. How does that look like?
Thank you. Thanks, moderator. Just as you talk about, mention just the term social, I'm just reminded of a statement by one of the politicians, one of the ministers, at some point when referring to BEE. He said that our mistake is to think that BEE is a social program that will benefit everyone. You know, when you hear such statements, then you realize that actually we are in a new warfare. So what I want to really to bring to the colleagues in the room is that, colleagues, we cannot run away from the fact that in this space that we are in, it's the other group's territory, and they are protecting it. And we do, some of us here, we have opportunities because we are in the governance structures of certain organizations. And if we are being true to ourselves, these matters do come up. And unfortunately, we do still lack in skills. So we do need to focus on upskilling ourselves. Let's not try and pretend that all is well to us as black people, because we don't want to fail as well. So it becomes critical that wherever we are, we ensure that there is upskilling of people. So you need those innovation incubators. You need those entrepreneurial skills developments from this new generation, the young generation that has got ideas. So that ESD that was shared here about, we need to ensure that where we are, that does happen. So whether we run away from this truth, really, it's not going to help us, because if really you have been in these governance structures, just taking the issues of employment equity plans that are seated there, that we challenge, you can really see how Department of Labor is really so firm in ensuring that that is implemented. So it's not just about the monitoring, it's about what are we doing from our level to bring these skills to our people so that we can change our economy. So when the transformed country that I'm looking at, it is a country where each home, I'm saying each home will have someone that brings a source of income. We can't sit and be happy when there's 49% youth unemployment rate. Here in Eastern Cape, you will find families where there's nothing, no source of income at all. And then we have us here. Just 1 month, if you have a period that you don't have money, have you seen how frustrated you become? So imagine that person that does not even know where the next meal is going to come from. So why then would we think that when these children go out there and steal and be amapara, what is it that drove them? So poverty is real. Poverty is real. So we need to stand out from our own corners and do the little that we can do. Yes, we're talking here about all the strategic things, your policies, your legislation, and all that. But let's remember that now we are entering into the last 5 years of the 30 years of, I will call the PDP for the province. And that PDP talks to impact and results. So the impact and results will not just come from the legislation. The legislation will go its own way. But now where we are, colleagues, it's time for us to act. It's time for us to do something in our own corners. If agriculture and manufacturing have been identified that these are the great multipliers, why can't we as leaders, get into that space? Accountants can do anything. Accountants, remember, when we're looking at all those scenarios, businesses, it can be a manufacturing business, it can be an automotive business, it can be any business. We do know how to deal with that. So leaders, accountants, please, let's go out there and make the difference and never complain again, but act and be part of the process. Thanks.
On behalf of Abasa, thank you for your time, stimulating intellect and courage. We'll take it forward with the President on resolutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to. Kaspedi, they would say "Diwaile," meaning people are hungry. And when you call people to an event, you need to feed them, right? So I'm going to release you guys for 20. Hello? Okay. I'm going to release you guys for 20 minutes to have lunch. But I'm going to ask that, so our lunch will be served at the back. It's a self-service buffet. I'm going to ask that, please, can we have our speakers and our VIPs dishing up first, because we still have another plenary that we want to start at 2-ish. So if, please, we can have those speakers and VIPs starting with dishing up, and then everyone else can go afterwards. Thank you. See you guys in 20 minutes.
Hey, hey, hey. Hey. Hey, 1 2 1 2. Hey, 1 2 1 2. Hey, 1 2.
1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Hello. Afternoon, everyone. Sorry to disturb everyone whilst they're still enjoying their lunch. But in the interest of time, unfortunately, we have to keep the ball rolling. So the next segment of our day is going to be the third panel. But before I invite my very, very distinguished and decorated guests. I feel there should be a point where having too many degrees is illegal. Or you need to go to some council and then they say, okay, you have your 4. Why do you need a 5th one? So I'll tell you when I introduce them. So, but first I would like to invite to the podium the Honorable Chairperson of Scopa. He hails from Kandhuli. Once again, highly decorated, the former editor of Business Day and a member of our parliament. Mr. or rather the Honorable Tatu Songezo Zibi.
Thank you, Program Director. Delegates, honored guests, all protocols observed. I'm truly honored to be here. I worry about this honorable business because the people in my new profession are not always honorable. But there is a requirement in Parliament that the members must call each other honorable all the time. Now, people send you a WhatsApp and they say, good evening, Honorable Zibi. I am Honorable Linda Makoma. And, and you think, no, this is going way over. And secondly, I don't think anyone who's not a member of Parliament is obligated to call us honorable, as far as I understand the rules. So thank you very much for the recognition, but I also want to free you of the obligation to call me honorable. Not that I'm not honorable, but I want to make that clear. Now, I was asked to speak for an hour, but I refused. I said I would speak for no more than 15 minutes under all circumstances, so that we may have a fruitful discussion here. Thinking about my remarks today, I realize that I have to resist the urge to try and be a motivational speaker. Although motivational speeches such as Vusi Tembekwayo can give, can make us feel that we can conquer the world, even if it's for a few days or a few weeks. This moment in our country and the world demands more. It demands that we think beyond our chosen professions and why we have chosen such careers. And I'm speaking here in a state of depression because of the outcome of the US elections a couple of hours ago, which is a really fundamental shift in many ways. That's a discussion for another day. But it is a profound development in many ways. But the first thing I want to talk about is not in the brief that I was given. And that is why an organization such as Abasa must exist. Why it must exist and continue to exist as long as it is necessary to do so. And that is because there is too much in our history and too much in our present by way of ingrained and institutionalized racism for us to give up on organizations such as Abasa and the BMF and the Black Management Forum and so on. I do, however, want to offer a caveat. And some of us here may know Cornel West, Dr. Cornel West, who has never combed his hair, but I think he uses the comb even less in his old age. That he warned in a book that he wrote in 1993, at least he published in 1993, called Race Matters. It's called Race Matters. And he warns against the pitfalls of racial reasoning and racial solidarity, which are the two features that define racism itself, and that we must be careful not to do the same. Not meaning that we are going to discriminate against other people, but that, and I am interpreting here, that we may forget that before white people were introduced to our lives, blackness was not the thing, because we all looked the same. There was no other. What truly mattered was your ethical spirit and your contribution to your family, to your village, to your tribe, to your nation. That's what that mattered. And what Cornel West asks us to do is to never displace that ethical construct of blackness, so that we do not find ourselves in a position where we support people merely because they're black. But in their actions, they act against the very interests of black people. Otherwise, we may harm ourselves. I will read quickly on my phone. It says, appeals to black authenticity. It says, in short, blackness is a political and ethical construct. Appeals to black authenticity ignore this fact. Such appeals hide and conceal the political and ethical dimension of blackness. This is why claims to racial authenticity trump political and ethical argument, and why racial reasoning discourages moral reasoning. Every claim to racial authenticity presupposes elaborate conceptions of political and ethical relations of interest, individuals and communities. Racial reasoning conceals these presuppositions behind a deceptive cloak of racial consensus. Yet racial reasoning is seductive because it invokes an undeniable history of racial abuse and racial struggle. We must think of the many, many, many people today who trade on blackness, who have a history, a known and proven history of harming black people. So it is important that an organization like this continues to exist, but as a moral force, as an ethical force, because racism is unethical, because misogyny is unethical, because discrimination is unethical, because corruption is unethical. If we root ourselves on the moral purpose for being, we are able to do what Cornel West asks us to do, which is to premise our struggle on ethical conceptions and interest, not what we look like. Otherwise, we may fight those who may be our allies and support those who may seek to harm us or have a history of harming us. So, in the 2 minutes I have left, I'm going to center my remarks around the following themes: the meaning of society and our place in it, the importance of human organization through political systems, laws and the skills needed to ensure the best form of how societies organize themselves, and why good faith matters even more than our notions of ethics. In other words, we do things in good faith, not for other reasons. And why the accounting profession needs to locate itself within that context. And why a change of understanding in its societal role is as important as learning the latest accounting practices that take account of advancing human, technological, and economic developments. So none of us exist alone. We have family, we have friends, we have neighbors, we're part of villages, we're part of tribes and nations. We are citizens of the world that engage in trade. The most important thing of all, in all societies, the most important things are peace, justice, and prosperity. To achieve these, each of us have chosen roles to play, and we are positioned to play certain roles by birth or by profession. This is because we cannot play every role that is needed in our lives. You cannot simultaneously be a son and a father to yourself at the same time. Someone else has got to be a father. Someone else has got to be an uncle, so they can play the role of an uncle and so on. So there is an acceptance that each of us is located in a role that when the roles of others are pulled in, they result in a completed picture of either the family, the community, or the nation. Those roles do not end with the roles that we play by virtue of birth. But this is important to my next point, the importance of human organization through political systems and laws and ways to regulate power and to regulate violence. I will get to violence later on. This morning I was talking to a friend about some countries in the Middle East that are ruled by families and kings like Saudi Arabia. We may not like it, but there is a system that organizes such a society, from political to economic and criminal justice institutions. But one thing is clear, whatever the political system, significant power lies in the hands of professionals, military men, engineers, lawyers, accountants, doctors, and so on. Advancements in technology and business eventually require changes in law and other mechanisms. And I can talk about other things. These professions engage in a tussle with the law, which is only useful insofar as it can coordinate these professions to advance all of society. When the law can no longer be an enabler, it becomes an obstacle. You cannot have the same company's law that you had in 1838. It's got to move along. There will be an amendment in 10, 15, or 20 years' time to take account of some or other development in society, in the economy, in terms of technology, and so on. But I also want to talk about the third thing. Why good faith matters. In my previous roles, in companies and as an editor, I came across professionals who demonstrate the best and worst of human instincts. They are either kind or narcissistic. They are considerate and generous. They can also be greedy. They are selfish in that they see their profession and their place in it to look after themselves and only those they love. What keeps many of us honest are three things: shame, the law, and violence. What do I mean by violence? Violence is that somebody may harm you, or the state will use its legitimate power to take you in prison forcibly. But no law applies itself. I have lots of people who say the Constitution has not freed people from bondage and poverty. The Constitution is words. It is a reflection of our moral sentiments and desires for this society. It cannot do anything on its own. It needs to be applied by the people in whom power is vested, so that it does what society want done. People tell me the PFMA doesn't work and so on. And these are MPs in Parliament. How many of people of good faith do we have here? And by good faith, I mean when nobody is looking. When your power extends to discretionary decisions that may help or harm, you choose the route of help and compassion rather than harm. How many of us have on our own, without the fear of shame, the law, or violence, are able to do the right thing? How many people do we have that are committed to the idea of a society at all? There was a reason I was talking about uncles. Because it goes from uncles and aunts all the way to accountants and lawyers and all of these people who must apply their skills and experience in good faith. Laws are nothing without people. And our commitment to the idea of society is central to how we behave as professionals. That is why I believe we have to rethink how we educate the young and teach the philosophical foundations of each profession to a degree of depth and meaning that stick in the mind. Through those moments of weakness when your Your discretionary powers as a chief executive or chief financial officers allow you to do that which may harm your colleagues and society, and you elect not to when you are alone. This is to fortify professionals against their own worst instincts and dangerous tendencies in society. So how does all of this come together with the accounting profession before I sit down? So firstly, imagine a world without accountants at all. So I dabbled in accounting in my younger age. It didn't end well for me. But I am very happy that there are people in this room for whom that calling has been successful. But imagine a world without accounting. Let's think about the accountants we never had because they were never enough. Because they could never get there. Because they didn't have the means. Because they didn't know it was possible. But we must also think about the accountants we are losing and what it means for society and for transformation. I think I can send a WhatsApp for a meeting in London of accountants, and in 2 weeks' time, 150 people would show up. That has serious implications. It has serious implications for the type of leaders in the profession and in companies and in government that we are able to entrust with very serious tasks. It has an implication on the depth of the pool from which we draw chief financial officers. Because in this context, we must think about what will happen in a few years' time when the person who's up for the role of chief financial officer is from a very shallow pool of talent and in a different time would never be a chief financial officer or a chief audit executive. What does that have to do with society? Society suffers. So that is why at the beginning I spoke about the importance of the concept of society and the ethical construction of organizations like this and the ethical constructions of how we understand our roles in the professions in which we are. We must think about the importance of holding the line in terms of both professional standards and experience for critical roles. That is why, therefore, we probably will never have enough accountants. We probably will never have enough. Yet we need more all the time. And all of us have a role. And I understand in my current role, where sometimes people ask, why are we paying so much for depreciation? It's not a joke. It happened. But society suffers when there are people who are in an audit committee of a water board and they think depreciation is money that gets paid into an account. There is a problem. And yet that is how we run our institutions. Now the reason I spoke about the importance of all of us having a role is that when you only have a bunch of lawyers on the audit committee, you're going to have a problem. You need an accountant in there. You need an auditor in there. You need a management accountant in there. But when you don't have them, society suffers. And we talk about service delivery in holistic terms. But what it comes down to is that the society doesn't have an adequate number of members of the family who play the roles we need to make this a fair, just, and functioning society. So we are in a race against time to get accountants into the system. I might suck at it, but I'm a friend of accountants. Because I also can't do my job. Parliament can't do its job. But in closing, I also want to say, it's important that we understand our professions in a very political sense. You need accountants, you need lawyers, you need engineers, and so on, in parliament, in legislatures, and in council. Or we are all gone. There will be no society left. But I also want to say, I really appreciate that you stay organized. You belong to this organization. It's got a purpose. And you host conferences and events that make the rest of us feel jealous. And thank you for doing that. I will sit down, I'm over my time. I don't want to preach. Thank you.
Well, I think this belongs to you. Touching on leadership, Bahu Zibi, seeing that honorable is now cut from my vocab. The art of disappointing people at the rate they can tolerate. John Otberg said those words, or rather I heard of those words from one of my leaders at a strategic session that we held last year. And it reinforced the creed that I live by, that as a young man, funeke ndifundiseke. It's one thing to be educated, but I need to still be open to learning endlessly until I'm 6 feet under. So, again, as I mentioned earlier, my panel is highly decorated. The ladies that are going to come here, and I appreciate what was mentioned by Utatu Zibi in that, we have talent and we need to nurture that. And nurture comes naturally to Abanda Bangomam. So I appreciate that the majority of the panel, 75% at them, so they are well educated, they are willing to help, and they are willing to be heard so that we can listen and learn. First, I would like to invite to the stage Ms. Nadine Cater, a Director of Transformation and Education at URBA, highly decorated with over 35 years experience in senior executive, a finalist of the most influential women in not only 2012 for South Africa, but in 2014 in the whole of Africa. Also, I would like to invite Ms. Portia Mkabela. Number of qualifications that I figured, hey, it will be a scroll if I list them. Many qualifications in skills development, and also comes from the Republic of Limpopo. So, Ms. Portia Mkabela. And lastly, Ms. Matsidi Soesi, council member at SAIGA, with close to 20 years experience, having worked at SARS, AG. So she's quite impressive in terms of understanding both the public and the private sector. Ms. Matsidi, sir. So basically the thing that we're going to be discussing is centered around attracting talent to the accounting profession in Southern Africa, both public and private sector, and sharing perspective on how to strengthen the pipeline and ensuring that we get more and more future professionals within the accounting sector. Thank you. Thank you. So, welcome. We'll try to keep it as brief as possible in the interest of time. So first off, I'll speak maybe to Utatu Songezo and you, Ms. Portia. In terms of diversity and, inclusion, what is your temperature check on the current state in terms of enrollment, in terms of graduations, the guys that are going into the professional world, as well as the ones that are coming into, tertiary education level? You can start, Ms. Portia.
Ms. Portia. Is this thing on? Can you hear me? Good afternoon. It's good to be back in the Eastern Cape. There's something about this province that resonates with me. And you had to say I'm from Limpopo, definitely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you for your opening remarks, Ndata Songezo. I think what you've just alluded to is very important. So in terms of the landscape of the accounting profession, let me not speak from South Africa. Let me speak from Southern Africa and Africa as a whole. Because we can't talk about accounting in South Africa if we don't talk about accounting globally. But from an African perspective is that there are still a lot of challenges in terms of entry into the profession. And one of them is the basic education that we give to our students. The pipeline is so tight that all of us are fighting for the top students. And I think it's important that we stop this notion of saying we want the cream of the crop. That's not going to take us anyway. Earlier on, one of the speakers said we need to get about 100,000 accountants. Where are we going to get them? How many kids are in private schools that want to do the accounting profession? But the second issue for me is the challenges that we are picking up in the accounting profession is that we are making it so difficult for people to access this profession, as if it's a profession that none of the kids or kids coming from Eastern Cape can actually access. Anybody can access this profession. We just need to make the access route as accessible as possible for anybody that has the ethical fiber, that understands that when they take this profession, one of the requirements is that they need to have a high ethical fiber and morals. So I think from a South African perspective, let me just bring it back to South Africa. I think it's important that as professional bodies, we really start talking about funding from a policy perspective. Yes, we fund NSFAS at a degree level, at an honors level. Who's funding the professionalization? Where are we going to get these accountants that we need if the funding model does not speak to the professionalization? We cannot stop at a degree and honors level. We also need to start looking at funding model for the professionalization of the accountants and auditors and whatever the case may be. So I think it's important that the decisions that we make makes it possible for people to access the profession.
No, thank you. So the reason I passed on the mic is that I've been talking too long, but I'll just share two insights specifically. You know, we had something called guidance. There was no life orientation, there was guidance. And the way the guidance teacher would talk with us about our careers is how much we would earn. It's how much you'll earn. It is how much you can afford, what the entry salaries are. And I've done a graduate recruitment for companies at universities. The question all the kids ask you is, what's my starting salary? What benefits do you offer and so on? Right? That's a problem. It is a problem because I believe, while money is really important, from an early age in school, the reason for which we encourage kids to follow certain professions is not what I spoke about, which is what problem are you trying to solve in society? What are you passionate about in society? So that's the first thing. The second thing I want to offer is one of the things I really, that irks me about the unemployment conversation is that we often forget the evidence, which is between 88 and 92% of the unemployed either have matric or no matric at all. And what I always think is how many advocates and chartered accountants and microbiologists and so on are sitting amongst those who never had an opportunity to finish school. Do we provide the right foundation for kids who've got that talent and understand the role they want to play in society to follow different professions, including accounting? I would argue we don't, and I'm glad Minister Siviwe Kwahobe is in the radar screen of Abasa, because I think that's really important. We can talk about what the patterns are later on, but I believe we create the problem much earlier on. And we face a scarcity problem later that we try and solve with short-term measures that don't get us there.
Thank you, Tatu Zibi. I guess it's worth emphasizing that absorption of these professions becomes quite crucial in that we want to strengthen something, but can we absorb them at a later stage? Nadine, also maybe touch briefly on the current state, but also in terms of rebranding the profession, as Utatu Zibi again mentioned, at an early stage, you want to know how much I'm going to make. The economy is a problem. They can't absorb everyone. Again, where are we going to make this profession attractive again? The rebranding side of it. What are the main contributing factors as to the rise and fall of the interest and those that, are stuck at being, I'm unemployed. I've been sitting with my BCom for 3 years. How are we changing that in terms of rebranding?
Thank you. And good afternoon to everybody. So I speak from a number of perspectives. I started my career as a school teacher, an accounting school teacher. And I was the only teacher at the time that was actually qualified. I actually had studied BCom subjects and then the pedagogy of accounting. So that's one of my points. But I also speak now from an auditor point of view, because if you think it's difficult enough to attract them to accountancy, it's even more difficult to attract them to auditing. So I think one of the first things is that in order to look at what attracts them in the profession, you've got to take a pipeline approach. Because at each stage along the pipeline of your education journey, there's a decision point. So grade 9, you must decide to take core maths, for example. Parents are not necessarily informed that that's a crucial point. Then at the grade 10, 11, 12 level, you'll find that the educators themselves have not studied accountancy. So they teach the subject in a manner that is not necessarily appealing to the student. This happened to my son in grade 9. He refused to take accounting because his teacher wasn't able to explain the subject. So then if there's no interest at that point, you can't think of yourself doing the subject every day if you don't like it. And so you can go on along the path. But then, in general terms, in terms of choosing careers, the perception of accounting is that it possibly is boring. The hours are long. When you move to auditing, they are risk averse. They're scared of the risk. They're scared of IRBA and getting inspections and getting fines. And of course, this concept of work-life balance is quite an odd one. Because in any profession, we work very, very hard. But what happens in the training environment really impacts the idea that I don't want to work like this the rest of my life. Yeah. And that is an area, the work environment has a very, very, very important role to play in changing the perception. And then the idea of it being boring, it's changing. There's a lot of technology in accounting and auditing. And I think that we don't speak about accountants. We don't share our own narrative. So I sit on a group with IFAC, the International Federation of Accounting. And we let everybody else speak about accountants and auditors. We don't speak about accountants and auditors. The one professional body has got a video, which I think I'll share, where they're presenting accountants as superheroes. As saving an NGO, saving the SPCA, saving a school, doing the books of a school. So that, as you say, accountants and auditors are actually superheroes. Without them, companies, communities, organizations would not necessarily be successful. A lot of the corruption happens where? Where it's happened? At the finance level. And at the finance level is the accountant. Sorry, I just want some water. I'm not super dry. Then the other thing is that, speaking about the guidance teachers, when I was at school, we thought that everybody that was an accountant was a psycher, a CASA. And it's very important to change that narrative, because there are different ways to become an accountant, and there are different roles that accountants play. So if you like management accounting and you can happy to do that, there's the CIMA route. There's an ACCA route, which is general accounting and auditing. Yes, your psychers and ACCA can take you into any area. But then there's also other areas in the profession. There's the bookkeepers, there's accounting technicians. So it's important to change the narrative that the only way to become an accountant is to become a psycher, CASA. Because as people have said around the room, it is a difficult route to follow. but it doesn't mean you have to start and end there. There are many other roles to play. And I think you're going to touch on the topic later. I mean, if we just think about the need in the public sector and how that need is not at a CFO level. When I worked at SAICA, we had a TVET program and we had funding to place CFOs at the TVETs. But the CFO cannot do their work effectively if they don't have technicians and bookkeepers doing the basic accounting work. So the attractiveness of the profession is multifaceted, and I think we all need to change the narrative, tell the story differently, and make it attractive, and that we all also do need to work together on changing that. At URBA, we've changed the brand completely. We all know about social media, but URBA's, we believe we need to be in the room. We need to tell our story. Otherwise, and you may have seen the articles have changed about URBA's role and what we're doing and why we are inspecting firms and why we are now going out to those audit committees and explaining to them how do they select their own auditors. So it's also that accountants and auditors need to manage the entire pipeline and the ecosystem.
Thank you very much, Nadine. Quite an insightful comment there. Sis Matsidiso, just maybe to add on to what Nadine has said, one of the questions earlier was around mentorship, internships and such programs. How are we strengthening, once again, that link between the industry itself and academia, and ensuring that, the programs and career opportunities are not only towards your auditing and so on, but also in academia, because it's very few and far in between one encounters a CA who's started in the profession and then, as Nadine has said, found that their true passion lies in academia. How are we then, ensuring that such opportunities are also really much put on, on the forefront and ensuring that it's also an option? These guys, in considering these things, they're actually mindful of academia as also a career route.
Thank you so much, Lazola, and good afternoon to all the colleagues. I think our speakers earlier mentioned it, Lazola, because as academia, and before we even get to the university space, already from a young age, are we giving our students at high school level, primary school level, an option? Or are we just hanging a carrot in front of their face to say, you want to be a CA, this is the most prestigious? So, like Nadine is mentioning, we need a lot of other accountants who are doing a different type. And I think this is where us as mentors, we should already, I don't think mentorship should start with somebody who's already at university. We should be going to high school level, and you should be, when you mentor, you provide mentees with different streams, open up the opportunities. And I really love what Ndate Sibi is saying about do not sell the money and the salary, rather sell the passion, rather sell what are we trying to achieve? What's the end goal? What do you want to see? This role that you'll be getting into, how is it going to change the world? How is it going to shape up your community? How will it change Ellen Ridge, that small town that you're coming from? And I think our role as mentors really is to, let's not be too comfortable to think, okay, my career is more prestigious than Nadine's or whoever. Let's start learning to bring other people into different spaces so that we can close the gap. Because I think our biggest gap in South Africa is not just to get accountants, but it's to get people who are very proficient in what they're doing. And most of those people, because they didn't perhaps want to be CAs, they're thinking, there's no room for me. So I cannot take up any space. A friend of mine wanted to be a CA, and well, I love accounting, but I don't really want to be a CA because of all those reasons that Nadine is mentioning. If you're an auditor, you are risk averse like me, and you spend long hours, you work late nights. And Lazola was saying, I don't even want to say what I do for a living, but I am an auditor and I love it. And I think it's very important for us to tell the kids that I'm not just an auditor because I do long hours. I always say to my daughter, what makes me very happy is when I sit in the boardroom with councillors when I sit at Scopa, and I say, but we didn't have refuse removal in a town that I'm living in. And then the next week, I start seeing the truck coming in. So that is what is more meaningful. And that's what we as professionals should be teaching our kids. It's about the impact of the job that you're going to be doing. So, yeah.
Very true.
Sis Portia, just touching on that, something that has been in the rounds for the longest time is that, if you're a CASA, you're the Holy Grail, you're up there, of which, time and time again, that perspective has been questioned and pushed against, the existence of SAIGA and such. Sis Portia, as the marketing head at ACCA Southern Africa, how are you ensuring that, you're broadening the, and changing the perspective as well, that listen here, just because you want to be an accountant, you can't feel like you're limited if you can't reach that elusive CASA designation. How are you putting it out there that ACCA is there, SAIGA, and so many other, bodies?
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah.
All right. I think from ACCA perspective, the way in which we bring on board those that want to be in the profession, it's about creating accessibility. And accessibility in what sense? First and foremost, we have accredited a number of universities, right? And yesterday I had a meeting with SAQA where they're saying, what is your qualification? I'm like, our qualification is aligned to your BCom degrees with other universities. So that's the first thing. So you might be coming from a university and you want to move into ACCA. We recognize we give you about 9 exemptions, meaning you have done the applied skills and you've completed the applied knowledge. Now you need to move into the board exam level, right? And why I'm saying flexibility and accessibility is that the way in which we have designed our examinations, a student can take one subject in 6 months. You write your one board exam, you pass it, you have it. You move to the next level. What does that do? One of the things that we're picking up in the profession is that there's a lot of mental health issues. People are not able to cope because of the pressures of trying to get their qualification, trying to get workplace experience. Some of them have got responsibilities, et cetera, et cetera. So the way in which we have structured our board exam is that they're flexible. And remember, flexibility does not mean easy. I was sitting with one of the deans last week at UCT, and she's actually taken the ACA exam. She says, oh, your examinations are not as easy. And we say flexibility is not easy. So when you complete the first module, you also have an opportunity, if you have failed that one module, to take it in the next 3 months, right? So that's the first part. Then you can take the other 3 you pace yourself. And what does that do is that it allows those that want to move into that level flexibility, but also we need to also balance work-life requirements. So that's one flexibility. But the second part is that we believe that financial literacy is a constitutional right for anybody that is in this country. So we also run financial literacy at school. We have what we call the ACCAX, which is a module that anybody, even ugogo selling, amagwinya on that corner, because one of the things that we need to instill is accountability. People need to understand that if they're making a certain amount of money, they need to be able to pay for tax. So we also give those skills to people that are running the spaza shops. Financial literacy should not be about professionals. It should be about everybody. And I always advocate that I don't think we need national credit regulator in South Africa. If we're all literate and understand the importance of credit and the importance of saving, I don't think we really need the national credit regulator in South Africa. So we work with schools to really bring in that particular program because we want to make sure that we create, accounting as a profession where students can actually be proud of taking. Instead of, Ubabsong, as I said, it should not be about the money, but it should be about the responsibility that they would have in the country. So we make the qualification flexible so that people can enter. And remember, we don't choose or we don't set criteria at ACCA, anybody can access the profession. If they have the competencies, the skills, and the drive, they can actually do that. So anybody can access a qualification at any level. You should not have to be at a university to become a professional accountant. And I think that's what ACCA's objectives are. We need to remove artificial barriers. And I think now we're moving into the auditing space. It's another thorny issue that we need to look at with ERBA to see how do we make sure that people access this qualification at the highest level. So removing artificial barriers at any given point in time, it's quite important, and that's what we're doing from an ACCA perspective.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Portia. And Nadine, maybe let's shoot right to ERBA in terms of the auditor side. Your strategies that you have in place, the artificial barriers that are there, and, ERBA is quite elusive, that RA, not everyone has it, and those who have it, it's few who tend to, again, move away from it. What strategies do you have in place to improving that, and again, retaining? Because, one of our core, what we want to take, we will bring to the fourth is that what are we doing to retain it in terms of ERBA?
Yes. So again, speaking about the pipeline, so in South Africa, we don't have a problem with enrollment numbers for first year BCOP, for instance. That panel I sit on in the US and in Australia, they're in a panic because they have like a 60% drop in the number of first year accounting students. So they're in a complete panic. We don't have that problem. Our problem comes in with retention and retaining them in the pipeline, right? So firstly, this profession is very fortunate because there are very few students who qualify with a 60% maths mark at grade 12 to enter university. And we compete with engineers, actuarials, etc. But they choose accounting, right? So I think that in some instances, organizations like Abasa, SAICA, ACC, they are doing good work by getting into the schools, doing maths camps, so the accounting becomes a known subject, but it also becomes a subject or a career where they know they're going to be supported. But somewhere along the line, we don't support them continuously. So we have a very, very high attrition rate from first year. We have a high attrition rate in your traditional cycle route at CTA, and obviously we've seen ITC and of course the APC. So the other way to do the retention also needs to look at other routes. For instance, an ACCA route or a SEMA route, which may be more flexible. It's the branding of the profession. And when we started speaking to universities, we spoke about the demystifying audit. So that auditing is not boring. You're going to be working with clients from different industries. It's exciting. It has a technology element. So those of you that like IT, you can combine your accounting and your IT. You can use software. You now use AI, generative AI, ChatGPT, built into the firms at the, for instance. And then the other important aspect is what you've spoken about, is we talk about the social compact. So we talk about the role of why do you want to have financial statements that have an audit opinion? And if you did not have that audit opinion, what does it mean to your grandmother that has a pension in that organization? What does it mean to an NGO that doesn't have an audited financial statement? And overall, and I think you mentioned it, the impact that auditors have on society, because that final check to make sure that the public, that the investor, that the parent can rely on those audited financial statements no matter where you are. So it's to give that confidence, that public interest aspect for the profession. But I think also, as I said, what we're trying to do is obviously awareness, universities and schools. A lot has to happen in the firms in terms of policies, in terms of promotional policies, in terms of transformation, where the policy mustn't be on the shelf, it must be felt in the corridors, there must be true work happening there, encouraging mentorship, etc. And then for us at the ADP level, we do allow for recognition of prior learning. So we've tried to manage it along the talent pipeline. And then last but not least, at the RA level, and I heard somebody speaking about the CAs, when we look at the RA register, we need to stop looking at the register for the people over 45, because that's historic. That's before the 30 years democracy. So I worked it out that people from the age of 30, 32, we should start seeing that transformation. So if you look at our register for the age group 25 to 45, it's a 50-50 already, black, white, and male, female, which is completely different to the older part of the register, which is a 70-30.
Thank you, Nadine. Oh, you can give her a round of applause. I'm going to say we're going to touch on a very thorny subject now. And, you know, with, for instance, on a global scale, we know 45 might be coming back as 49 in the United States. The official
he's one. Yeah.
Oh, goodness me. So, with that, thanks, Madam Press, for that confirmation.
The news
there.
came out too. Yeah.
Oh, goodness me. So, breaking news. You heard it first from Abasa. So, coming back to the panel and our discussion, the political landscape, we cannot divorce it from accounting, right? So there are many challenges that we face in the public sector specifically, for all with retaining accountants there. And I think maybe you did touch on it, Tatu Songezo, but maybe also coming back again, how are we trying to sort of like, what strategies do we have, or rather, dealing with the barriers that are there, in that most guys find it easy to move from private to public, but the opposite proves near impossible. That if you start at the public sector, it's quite difficult. There's many more barriers coming back to private. How, in terms of the political side, since, well, you very much involved that side, how mindful are you guys of reducing that, or if in fact getting rid of them, so that it's an easy transition, so that, you know, we learn from both ends?
Thank you. So I'll talk about two things in answering. The first is the general attitude, I think, of society as a whole to the accounting profession, but auditors in particular. So one of the things that public servants, most of them, think about when they get a letter from Scopa is to run away. And I must tell you, coming to Scopa, I can tell, is a massive event, because usually you need 3-4 people, and there are 12 there that have come to answer any potential questions you may have, and that sort of thing. And what I've been saying to ministers in particular is that, okay, you can define what relationship we are going to have. Scopa is like the audit committee of the government, as it were. The problem we're trying to solve and what you're trying to solve should be the same thing, which is that the taxpayers' money is used as effectively as possible. That's what we're trying to do, that when you set your targets, the amount of money that you've spent and the manner in which you've spent it has achieved the objective. That is the long and the short of what we're trying to do. And so we need to have a conversation template between us that helps us to get there with the help of the Auditor General. I'm not here to get you. Okay, so you don't need to run. So I say to Putimaname. I bumped into him in the lift, by the way. So, he disappears on me for weeks, and then I'm coming out of the lift and he's standing there. He nearly ran again. But this is important because when people talk, for instance, about auditors, who says, hey, I'm looking forward to speaking to my accountant? Right? Seriously, who says, hey, I'm looking forward to speaking to my accountant? People don't. Yeah. You talk about auditors, they say, oh, God, the auditors, right? It's a headache. Any financial conversation is a headache. Oh, I must talk to my bank manager. It's not a positive conversation. And yet, the child of a friend said to me, accounting is is people's thinking and decisions about money expressed in numbers. And I thought, actually, that's true. And that all of these people are here to help you make the best decisions possible about what it is that you're going to do, what needs to be done, how you think about it, and so on, and that if we work together, we're going to get to an outcome. I also fear, though, that this is not how we explain it to young people in terms of what these kind of roles entail. But you find that if you're going to be an auditor, and I'm not one, but my first boss used to talk about the internal audit guys. He used to call them bloody snitches. And that attitude is a problem. That attitude is a problem. Because it also has an impact on the people who are practicing. The question is, do I want to be a snitch also? Or not? Which is the wrong formulation of where we need to get. The second thing I'm going to say is that it's more directly to your question, it's got little to do with the accounting profession and the mindfulness of the political system and politicians about securing, retaining, and growing the pool of accountants that we have in the system, especially in public finance. We actually have a leadership problem. Firstly, it has this attitude that I've just spoken about. It's this was in the private sector. It wasn't even in the public sector, but this was in the private sector. In the public sector, you've got the same. The people who often are in a position to question or to advise on the viability of some of the political and other decisions that get made are accountants, right? And I have had, on a few occasions, a minister saying, yeah, but a relative of mine, your brother is arrogant. And the reason he's arrogant is because he does what his professional ethics and his knowledge tell him is the reality of what you are trying to say. Right? So what I want to say is that the first thing that we need to recognize is until we have a different political culture, the public sector will continue to be a graveyard of professionals across the board, including accountants, right? Here is a reality, because I now work closely with the NPA and the SIU and so on, because there are lots of bad apples in the system. And that is the best lawyers, the most talented kids out of law school want to work for the law firms. Those who can't get into the law firms end up at the NPA. That's a reality. And so what happens is that you get some complex financial crime and so on, and the NPA is unable to prosecute it. The cops are unable to investigate it and so on, right? One of the things I got criticized for ahead of the election is because I said we must encourage a revolving door between the public and private sectors. It's got to be okay to say for 5 years I'm going to work for government, and for 5 years I'm going to work for an auditing firm or an accounting firm or whatever the case might be. And it's fine. And over the course of your career, you've crisscrossed a few times between the two sectors. But part of the problem is also the demonization of each sector by the other. Right? If you've worked in the public sector, you're an idiot. You're not good enough. Right? For those that are on the side of political institutions, if you are in the private sector, we view you with suspicion. And don't bring these private sector attitudes here, where we are. We've had it, right? But bringing these two together is a factor of leadership, and I'm hoping that as time moves on, we'll begin to see a different type of politician and political principal who's able to bring these things to bear so that we can have a system that works for everyone.
Thank you, Tatu Swangez. Sis Matsidi is also, being very experienced in auditing side, AGSA, public sector. What's sort of like maybe your take briefly on the same question?
I definitely agree with Babu Sibi about the barriers that we see. And I think as a country, we really need to start maturing into a position where we take public sector very seriously. And we need to start elevating the level of, like he's saying, everybody assumes that if you are into a public sector space, it was because you were not clever enough to have cut it in the private sector. And for me, I think earlier this morning I had a conversation to say, if I became president today, public sector would have the best of the best. Because the public sector is the policymaker, they are the regulator. So we need to be the best. I think when I was listening to Babu Tsongezo speak, he was alluding those words that we need to be, so good at what we do as public sector so that everybody else wants to follow, how government is moving along. And I think really the political landscape has to mature to that level where you see government being occupied by accountants, auditors, everything that he mentioned, engineers, because we are the people who are saying, I heard earlier a gentleman saying, you keep putting in tenders, but at the end of the day, the supplier of whatever you are tendering for is someone outside. And so we need to really grow as a country, because I think our problems will not fade away up until we get to the level or the position where we say we need to be mature about the problems that we have. We need to bring everybody, like Abasa is playing a very critical role. And I think we as Abasa, we need to start sitting and asking the questions that were asked earlier. Why are the accountants not part of the spaces or the decision-making processes within our country? Why don't we have, for instance, why don't we engineers, accountants, whatever profession that we have, sit critic? The Constitution is just a piece of paper. Why are the people continuously not engaging in the laws that we have in the country to say, is it effective, is it working? Instead of us saying, okay, accountants, auditors will open our own firms, and then we'll CWC with AG, and other than that, we'll focus on our own thing. Why are we not bringing it in-house where it matters the most, where we are needed the most? Because at the present moment, we've got a shortage of skill. But with that shortage, what are we doing? And I think one of the biggest barrier that we find is in South Africa, maybe our socio-economic conditions really are crippling us, because in a lot of provinces, in a lot of small towns, you don't even want people, can't even attract an auditor or an accountant, no matter how good you position that. And then, those pockets are the pockets where we needed the people most, but then they feel the life in the city, it's more lucrative, my kids will be in a better school, and. So what are we doing across the country to change the landscape of how our country looks, so that an accountant moving from Joburg will be comfortable to go work in the Free State, will go to the state of Limpopo? So I really believe that we are grappling with a lot of issues as South Africa, and the learned people need to sit around the table, and we need to start being the solutions to the problems of the country, instead of us criticizing and saying, oh, look what they're doing, look what they're doing. It's never going to help if you are always on the other side. We need to jump over and to be part of the solution.
Thank you very much, Sis Matsidi. So I think now in approaching, to the tail end of our discussion, I'm a firm believer in silver linings. So, in as much as we've raised so many issues as to we want to get there, the ingredients are there, we want to bake this perfect cake. That is the accountancy profession as a whole. And as you can see, we have so many subdivisions there in bookkeeping, management accounting, and so forth. What success stories do you have, so that at least, the audience at the back, being the students, that we believe the talent is there? We now wish to just motivate them that, listen here, we need you guys to understand that it's real. It can be done. So do you have any case studies that you've done? I'll start with you, Nadine, and then Sis Portia, you may come in. Thank you.
So I think that in this room alone, I can think of about 10 projects that have been successful over the years that we just need to all work on. So at the school level, it's not just accounting, it's also English, as well as the maths. And it's educating the teachers and giving them a place, a home, as such. ACCA's ACCA X program teaches the accounting technician program so that the teachers can teach the students. Yeah, that kind of thing. I still think that the success stories are going to be the collaboration, but collaboration that's action-driven, not signing an MOU. But what do you want to achieve out of that collaboration? How many schools do you want to reach? How many students do you want to reach? I think the International Women's Day, they promote what they call mentoring circles. So the ladies that like to get together is not just to talk about general things, but to mentor each other into a different role. So mentoring is not the technical side. Mentoring is all the things that we don't learn in a textbook. It's the ability to cope, the work-life balance that we're looking for. But I think strong awareness of the profession, the opportunities in the profession, the role that professionals play, I think those are the success stories are in this room. But the people in this room need to tell that story or need to use that success story, build a case study, build a project, and then we can change things one step at a time.
I think from my side, the sky is the limit. I think the opportunities that our children are getting today are opportunities that some of us did not get. One of the motivating factors for students to follow the ACCA route is that even though UK pays a certain subscription or examinations and exemptions, South Africa and Africa, we have a special rate. So instead of you paying 10,000 rand per course, we reduce that to at least about 2,000 rand, right? But secondly, there's also funding that is available for students. One thing that really pains me is the lack of dedication of our students. You should see how much money Facet pops up, gives to students, but they're not making use of that. And I think there's also other elements that we need to look at, where students are coming from, some of the challenges, et cetera, to really support the learning aspect. But I think the most important thing is for the children who are in this room to really start saying it's possible for them to work in the finance sector, but whatever government gives you, it's public funds. Utata Songezo was talking about that, there should be accountability from my side as well as I'm receiving that grant from the state to say, how am I managing that? So there's a number of opportunities. The world is really open, and really you don't need to work in South Africa. You can work globally, but being in South Africa, but we also ask them to come back home and plow back, whatever skills that they would have gotten. I think one last thing that I really want to plead to those that are professionals, led with ACCA, the first province I went up to, obviously you know which province, right? And I'll tell you why. It's because we understand poverty and we don't want to go back to that poverty.
Yeah.
So I think it's important that when children are given that opportunity, we really need to make use of every opportunity, but remember that somebody else is coming behind you to really benefit from that. So I really want to plead and say, let's go back to our communities. Even if you contribute towards one student to really take the accounting profession, tomorrow they'll be speaking and say, President Linda took me up, paid for my tuition. I'm an accountant today because of that woman. So that generosity should really continue, from professionals.
Quite strong. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Sis Posh. Sis Matsiris, anything from your side?
Thank you, Lazola. Yes, the success stories, and I'm happy that Sis Portia is mentioning going back to universities, because as SAIGA, that's what we've actually done. As SAIGA, we've gone back to the universities to partner with them, to say, you know what, we've got opportunities. There are bursaries that are available for students to start studying, because effectively, to become a registered government auditor, you need a degree in accounting, and you need an honors degree after that. And, that process, we are now taking our students through the process of understanding from here where to, what do I do, what will be out there for me, what opportunities will be open for me. And I'm quite happy that she's mentioning that she went back to her hometown, because me too, I think I used to say to my mom, once I make it big, you'll see me running to all these high schools in the location. So that's what I've been doing. I've just been going to my hometown. I mean, Allen Ridge is very small. It's a mining town somewhere in, the Free State, not generally known. But when I walk in, and luckily for me, because I was a student at one of the primary schools, and I achieved quite well in sports. So I've got a picture of mine in one of the schools. And every day when I do talks, they'll be like, oh, it's you. Is that you there? But I mean, now I'm a bit older, and they keep saying, no, it doesn't look like you. But then it motivates the kids, because my face is there in the very same school, the type of school that we didn't have a lot of resources. And here I am today, I'm telling them of the possibilities. So you see, it makes them believe that, oh, wow, it is possible. So where do I go? And normally during the time when NSFAS opens for application, I would also go home. I would assist them with that. I would also send them links for FACET for them to apply it for bursary. I would send them links for when SAIGA advertises for traineeship. I think that is just a little bit that we can plow back, especially to the people that, because when you are in Allen Ridge, you don't really know anything beyond, the little town that you're at. So you need somebody to come from outside to say, but I am here, and, I know of the possibilities. I've been here. And when you start telling them that now I went to Singapore, last year I did this, the excitement you see. I mean, I went to my old primary school, and I couldn't believe one girl said, I didn't know what accounting is, but today I want to be just like you. And I mean, that's a primary school kid. And like Nadine was saying, if she has a bad accountant or a bad accounting teacher, she was not going to be motivated. But now she's seeing someone who has made it, and then she believes that, okay, maybe I'll pass this teacher and I'll go to the next level, the next level, the next level. So, I mean, it's really important that we take it back, take it back to where we come from, and let us plow back to the younger generations who are coming after us.
Thank you very much, Sis Matsidi. So, and basically, in closing, before we open to the floor for questions, I think, it boils down to that. It's no longer a matter of controlling the narrative around accounting, but we need to be accountable for it.
Yes.
And I think, all the success stories speaks volume in that regard. So I'm not sure if there are any questions on the floor. No? None.
She's not allowing questions.
I think people have eyes. Are there none? Okay. I don't know if there are any closing remarks. We each have literally a minute.
She's going to kill us.
Two things quickly. So I saw Put Freeman Nomvalo outside, and he's the administrator of the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. That's an institution that has an impact on a lot of people's lives, not just now, but well into the future. And he's doing an excellent job turning that institution around together with the team there. That's an accountant doing what accountants do for society. So the stories are there. We must tell them. I saw in the committee in Parliament, despite all the challenges, all the members were so relieved and so pleased that he's at the head of that institution and is doing the work that needs to be done to turn it around. So let's tell the stories. They are there. I'm sure there are millions of others. One. Two, I'm really good at explaining complex things in a simple language. So I'm looking at the president here, and I'm offering that if you need to go and talk to young people about the difference accounting and accountancy can make in society, sign me up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
That brings our discussion to an end. Thank you very much to my lovely and insightful panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
We off the hook. No.
Please smile, Lazola. Pictures are important. I mean, we are pressed for time, but not for pictures. I always say when it comes to pictures, the only thing you will regret is not taking that picture. You're not going to remember how pressed you were with time. Okay, quickly, I'm not even going to go to the stage. Quickly, I'm going to call out the last plenary or the last panel. Can I please call on stage Kitumeti Fatima Moutloatsi to facilitate the second or the last plenary? Okay, like 5 more minutes. Okay. So is this the part where I make jokes because I'm not a comedian? To keep you guys entertained. I think DJ, please play some music for us. I'm not a fan of awkward. Definitely.
No, I know, but our researchers are Tamil and Amanda. Tamil and Fata and... No. I'm in Cape Town.
Oh, okay, so you guys don't get to...
No, only for the first time Friday.
So she did tell me that you guys are meeting on Friday.
Yes, we'll be meeting for the first time.
Introduce yourself.
Okay, we'll be meeting for the first time. Otherwise, we've been on a WhatsApp group and so on. So I can't put names.
drastically to 30 minutes because we need to leave this house so they can remake this entire place for the gala dinner. Bolindaba away. So you just have to punch it out and try and see what you can do to minimize. I know, my angel. And I know you've prepared, so, but I'm thinking, jumpela ko dilo tse leng gore wa tseba, right? It's the hard-hitting ones.
Yeah.
Make it exciting. It's the last 30 minutes. Just have fun with it.
Okay.
And you look like the person.
Can we start? Hello, Coco. It's the time of the day where we kickstart our last panel. I'm going to ask that we reserve the taking of pictures and the content creation for after the session. Please, can we be seated? Let's settle down. If you haven't already, I'm going to encourage you to get onto social media, follow Abasa, tag us, Abasa 39, Leading for Legacy and Accounting for Democracy. I'm right, ne? 30th. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kitumeti Fatimata Mutlwati. I will be the facilitator of this panel discussion. I'm also the lady in red, in case you forget my name. Little Red Riding Hood. I've got the honor of facilitating quite an interesting dynamic panel. It's an all-women panel. I promise you this was not intentional, I think. But the whole aim of this panel discussion is really to probe, ask difficult questions, have fun, but also get us thinking about what next as we look at not only 30 years of South Africa's panel in terms of speaking around the private sector and public sector. But I'm also going to raise the issue around the third sector, which is the sector I currently belong to. I'm a mother, I'm a daughter, I'm a sister, and many other nice things as well. Please do allow me to introduce our dynamic panel. We will be starting off with the president, the national president of Abasa, President Makoma. Bakaitu, can we give them a round of applause? Let's not be greedy. Followed by the president of NABA, the National Association of Black Accountants, a US-based organization, President Saint Juste. And then lastly, can we please give a warm applause for Abasa past president and also the CEO of Grade 12, President Fubu. So this is quite a presidential panel, as you can tell. I think before we get into the gist of the discussion and before I take my seat, I think it is befitting that we really honor and appreciate President Linda for the stellar job she's done in ensuring we convene as Abasa. Please, I think she deserves a standing ovation. I think we can do better than that. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so the title of this panel discussion is around leadership and transformation in the global arena, really looking at fostering Black economic empowerment and also driving and advancing gender transformation, not only in South Africa, but also as well in the global arena. I'm going to get right into it. Madam President of Abasa. I did say we're presidential, right? 30 years into South Africa's democracy, 39 years since the establishment of Abasa. This year, South Africa celebrates and commemorates a great milestone, right? The Republic of South Africa has released a report speaking about reviewing 30 years into our democracy. Last year, we looked at the 10-year review of the National Development Plan, which is the lodestar plan in terms of development in the country. Quite frankly, in the plan, accountants are, if not the only profession that is signaled out to say, We need them in terms of driving and building of a developmental state. 30 years into the democratic dispensation, how are we doing as a country? Where should we be celebrating? And where should we be a bit more cautious in terms of our work, not only within the profession, but in broader society?
Thank you, Ketu. Just disclaimer, these are one of those sessions where we're not even told what we're going to be asked. So, very big question. And I think maybe let me bring it back and maybe give the context around why we have this particular theme in leading for legacy and accounting for this 30 years of democracy. And when you look at the numbers, because we are numbers people, right? You have an Abasa that's 39 years. And therefore, it has been part of ushering in a democracy. And those of you that read the book, and I also just want to draw you closer to some of the things we have done to make sure that the history is important. Because when we're asking questions like these, we can only answer them if we understand the history. And my biggest concern as the president is, do the young people in the room know our history? And would they be able to answer a question like this? And it is my responsibility to make sure that that history is readily available. So you will see even in the conference booklets, which will probably be shared later on in the day, we have digitalized the stories that come from our past presidents and stalwarts from a book that was done in 2010. And when you read there, you have the likes of President Jeff van Rooyen and our stalwarts and the founding vice president, Prof. Ngutlu, which is the first black accountant of South Africa, who is in our midst, Nonguleko Koboto. And they talk about how we have achieved a democracy, right? But in terms of the transformation impact, there's still a lot to do. So we've been left with this legacy. We've been given this as an inheritance that is ours. I don't think, and I think a lot of the conversations before this have alluded to the fact that there's still so much to do. There's so much work. And I like that we're also leaning towards where we are in the public sector. And I'm hoping that as delegates here today, we are going to appreciate the fact that we have such a huge responsibility. We can't be complacent. So to answer your question, getting closer to answer your question, I think we have done what we need to do to have the levers in place. My VP had said that in the second panel. But are we taking those levers and actually using them? And I don't think we are doing that in the way that we're supposed to do that. And that needs people. And like the Honorable Mr. Zivi had said, there's a leadership issue at the end of the day. So when I assess that question and I respond to that question, a lot has been put in place, but I don't think we are moving at the pace that we need to actually achieve exactly what we fought for. And maybe my understanding of what we fought for might be different to the people that were fighting, right? And what comes across in a lot of the history and the stories is that everything that was done when Abasa was formed in 1985 was because of the climate at that time. And now we are in another generation, 39 years later, and when we answer the question, my answer might be different to President Jeff's answer. So from my side and in this generation, and I'll put in our joke, President Jeff, that he likes to tell people that when he started Abasa, I was not even a thought. But perhaps in also not being all doom and gloom to say, but Abasa's produced leaders like ourselves. And maybe that is also success, but we need to do more. Yeah.
Sure. I think you touch on a very critical point around celebrating victories in the process of building. Yeah. Because the conversation we're actually having here is around institution building, right? The building of a society. We're not always going to get it right, but we must be brave enough to, number one, stop, reflect, appreciate strides that have been made, but also be honest enough to be critical and say, I think we can do better. And Madam President.
Which one?
I love the question. You see me, see you. Wow. We are in a year of politics, right? 2024, we have over 100 countries who are sitting or have sat for their elections. The world's leading economy, the powerhouse, the United States, has just concluded its elections. But what has also been quite interesting is the representation of women in terms of presidential candidacy, right? If we look at all 100 countries, still largely dominated by men. And the reality is we can't necessarily divorce what we're seeing at a state level from how our corporates and institutions are running. When we think about institution building, when we think about transformation, not only from a gendered perspective, when we think about economic development, social transformation, what are the implications of this gender gap that we see at a leadership level? And what are the implications of it on the transformation agenda more broadly? Because let's be honest, you can't transform something that you're not necessarily at the helm of or don't even have decision making in. I bring that to you in the context of what's happening in the US, but also in the context of the work of NAPA and the work that we see as professionals in corporates, in private sector, in the state. What are the implications of this gender gap that we see?
They're huge. Is this working? Okay, yes, can you hear me? I think they're huge. And the reality is, I think, is how we measure power. I talk a lot about, my team is like refloating a quote that I said I was recognized as a troublemaker by an organization. I'll take that any day. And they quoted me as saying, "Why would I want to lead like a man when I can lead like a woman?" The interesting thing is, how do we measure power? There's enough research done, or in your field around the world, that says that women, black women in particular, are probably more head of household in this world than any place, than ever in history. We give the most money for philanthropic reason. Sometimes tax codes don't recognize our contributions because we know that those of us who quote unquote have made it, we support our families, we support, our communities, we support everybody else. We're just not boastful about it. We know that black women in particular, we are the ones who are raising the next generations of leaders, for sure. So, but then what we don't do is we are not really good at talking about the difference and the impact that we're having, because when we do, the labeling starts. When a man says, particularly a white man is, "I'm accomplished in these things," we say, well, he's confident. When a woman, a black woman in particular, sits in her power, all of a sudden, every intent is made to diminish her, to reduce her, and all the other words that we've heard are used to tackle her. And so there is this constant balance that prevents us from actually sitting in our power. I think that's what we need to talk about. And I think for me, as a black woman who leads a global organization, I've listened to all the panels, and I am so glad I came. More than just being with you, I'm just so glad I came. Because I think part of what we have to contend with is, I've heard all kinds of collaboration, public sector, etc., but in each one of our basin, should I use the word, we haven't risen up yet to look at it that what we're facing is a black problem. It is not a South African black problem or black American problem or a Haitian problem. It's a black problem. And as long as we continue to identify as minorities, we're going to continue to face undeniable challenges. I think Linda's been with me, where I have said, do not refer to me as a minority, because as of 2030, there will be more people of color on this planet than ever in its history. So we are part of a global majority. How we name ourselves matters. And so when we start to think of ourselves as a powerhouse and a house of power, it changes the way we engage, the way we actually collaborate together to solve massive problems. And then at that point, I think we will learn this real interesting tension of how do we hold our power, sit in our power, but then activate our power for the changes that we've been wanting to see.
How we name ourselves matters.
Hugely. Think about, I'll just say this for a minute. Think about the things we tell our children. We've all talked about, that it starts in our home. The labeling that we give our children are the one that define them.
Yeah.
So how we talk about ourselves matters.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that, because you've also introduced a conversation around shared struggle. President
Or shared opportunities.
As well. And we're going to go into that. President, I was waiting for the which
No,
one.
you're waiting. I saw you looking, so I was like waiting for her. See about the power thing, I was waiting for her to claim her own.
President, we find ourselves in a very interesting time as a human population, right? Neba, Abasa, very deliberate about the empowerment, about the upliftment, about the capacity building of black professionals, of course with the focus on the accountancy space. The lived realities of black people in Africa is very much similar to the lived realities in the diaspora. So when we speak about transformation, and we speak about the very complex and nuanced process of transformation, but transformation within an institution, which is something that I believe you've got extensive experience in, having read your bio. We have to ask ourselves, when thinking about transformation, why is it important for us to engage in the intersections of race, of class, of gender? It's come out in all the panels, where in some way, shape, or form, every panelist has said, yeah, but you need to recognize my positionality. I'm black, but I'm also. And we do understand that the term intersectionality was coined by Kimberly Crenshaw. And in its coining was because of the contradictions that exist for black women entering the job market, who had to choose whether, am I going to be oppressed based on class? Am I going to be oppressed based on race or gender? Now that we look at transforming or building institutions, building and transforming at the same time, why is it important, particularly for the executives in this room, particularly for the owners of SMMEs, for us executives, middle management, upper class, why is it important for us to actively engage in the intersections when dealing with transformation and a transformative agenda?
Thanks, Gitu. Why is it important? It is important because we are human beings, right? It is important because if I'm gonna say I'm gonna develop and transform and, bring people up, if I do not know the person and the totality of who that person is, if I don't invest my time in getting to understand what's in your scope, which bath are you in? If I don't understand that, how am I going to know the temperature of the water that I must bring so that you know? So that's why it is important. So that's why leaders, they're called to really love people. I think the responsibility of leaders is to love people.
Yes.
The responsibility of collective leadership is how we go back to who we were at the core. And it's about planting a generous spirit in the spaces that we are and the spaces that we lead. Because otherwise, how then do we lead the people that we don't understand?
the people that we do not know, how do I see you and know that that opportunity is actually fit for you or you are fit for it when I don't understand the totality of who you are? But move more or beyond understanding if I don't embrace who you are at your core. How can I hope to have any positive impact on you? So that's why it's critical for leaders and for leadership to understand that their responsibility is to love these people that they lead, right? If only leaders loved the people, we would do amazing things. And it doesn't matter whether you're in public sector or private sector, it doesn't matter. Your role, your responsibility is to love the people that you lead. And then you understand them. And as you empower them in a way that is really, truly empowering. Because you understand who they are and the complexities and the contradictions within which they live and exist. And also understand that it's not about those who look like you, who talk like you. But it's about the human race. Guys, as a human race, we need to go back to basics. I'm not sure which business school teaches leaders to be generous, which teaches leaders to be loving. And maybe business schools need to start thinking about that. Otherwise, we are in a crisis situation. COVID has taught us that we are truly interconnected and interdependent. When you harm someone, just think about it, you're harming yourself. You know, there's something that I read, I think it was last week, that says, we can never be free from suffering until all of us are free from suffering. And we need to think about that. So why is it important? Because we need to bring everyone, because everyone matters, right? Thanks.
Yeah. Sure. So, as you were speaking, President, I could hear a lot of people in agreement with you, right? I'm a social worker. I always mention that. Feelings of care, love, generosity, those are seen as soft skills, right? And often feminine skills. And we tend to ridicule leaders who display, characteristics of love, generosity, care, concern. I mean, last week, we celebrated International Day for Care Work, right? Which really brought the spotlight in terms of the importance of care work in the development agenda. And President Fubu, I want to come back to you because this issue on care can't be separated from institution building. Because in every panel that, I listened attentively to the remarks and contributions by each panelist, there was a common theme of an absence of care in how we lead, in how we build, in how we collaborate. And care also speaks to wellness. We are in a crisis, whether we want to admit it or not. We can't ignore the fact that mental health is soon to be the leading cause of disability globally. We can't ignore that there is an increasing number of professionals committing suicide. We can't ignore that more and more of us are dependent on substances to cope. We can't ignore that we all perform in high-risk behavior to numb things that we don't even have the language for. So we do have a crisis of care in terms of leadership and institution building. There are executives in this room. The decision makers are in this room. Why now should it be more important for wellness to be at the top, a priority in terms of developing and cultivating leadership? Because we often talk about, when we think about leadership, we talk about let's lobby for each other, we advocate because we want to enter. But why don't we look at this wellness aspect, this care aspect of leadership? How do we account for it? And how do we make sure that it becomes a line item when we discuss institution building and capacity building of our teams in the public sector, in the private sector, in the third sector that I also belong to?
The irony of this is these are called soft skills, right? And yet they seem to be very hard because people are not getting them, right? So I move away from calling them soft skills. I call them intelligent skills, right? Because you can't claim to be intelligent if you have a disconnect with people, right? And why is it important to locate wellness at the center of it all? I promise you, we didn't curate this. Why is it important to locate wellness at the center? It goes back, I think, to your first question as well. When we're saying, why is that intersectionality important? It is important because people are not well. For one reason or another, people are not well, and we are very quick to give labels. We're very quick, we use very, very important terms like bipolar, like schizophrenia. We just throw them at people. And I think someone said language matters, right? So it is important because firstly, it gives us a language, a proper language of how we talk with and amongst ourselves and about people. But also, we cannot hope to be sustainable, either as families, as communities, as countries of the world. We cannot hope to be sustainable in unwellness or in spaces where people are not well. We will make the short-term money, the short-term profit, but if we're not investing in the long-term wellness of the people, we are missing out on what I call the wellness dividend. So many companies are doing well. You look at their balance sheets, their income statements, they're doing well. What they don't understand is how much better they would be doing had they invested in the well-being and the wellness of their people. That's why it's important. It is holding us back from being the best of who we can be. So if we're not dealing with that, and as we say, we find things to numb ourselves along the way, but we really need to start taking this seriously. If we are going to move countries forward, we talk about globalization. If we're going to get things right, we need people to be well. That's why it's important. And that's why companies need to have proper wellness and well-being strategies. Because it is that important.
Thank you, President. Yeah. So, again, I want to come back to this idea of wellness because COVID showed us, right, is that we are extremely interconnected, as you've eloquently expressed, Madam President. President St. Just, we are in a growingly globalized world, right, where our geographic realities are slowly, they've got weight, but they're becoming slowly invisible. The need for global solidarity is pressing now more than ever. The need for partnerships between an Abasa and a NEBA is pressing, because we are realizing that we can't just be doing things for the sake of doing them. We just can't be sitting and convening like this for the sake of it, as if it's a tick box exercise. We have an entire evolution that we need to be able to account for, as we are accounting for 30 years of democracy, as we are accounting for 39 years since the establishment of Abasa. The future between Abasa and NEBA, what does that look like in terms of growing global alliances and partnerships? Where should we be looking as these two critical institutions? Where's our common goal, right? And I ask this because global solidarity is an issue of survival. The survival of Abasa, the survival of NEBA is dependent on its strategic alliances and partnerships. How do we leverage these partnerships? As members of Abasa, what should we be looking forward to between this beautiful sisterhood between NEBA and Abasa?
So I want to just, I would be remiss if I did not amplify a couple of the points about wellness to lead into strategic partnership. And again, I'm going to continue to use my voice to say we don't have a South African black problem. We don't have a African American black problem. We have a black problem. Or we have an opportunity to demonstrate black excellence. I'm going to continue to say that because words matter. How we label ourselves matter. And we need to start to shift to asset-based language versus liability-based language. I'm going to anchor my quick remarks here because I know we're going to run out of time around very interesting dichotomies that emerge when we understand that. The Western world, which is accountable for colonization, imperialism, and all of it, the mindset of it is, I think, therefore I am. I think, therefore I am. So everything is based on thought, on logic, on system, not on system, but on process driving. It is a system that is orchestrated for the Industrial Revolution that says that the more that we can do faster, with the most highest level of efficiency, we make more money, and making more money, throughput, output, is the end result. I think part of using asset-based language, for us, we've already amplified it at NABA, it is part of the way we do things, is this concept that Reverend Tutu put us into the world, which is the concept of Ubuntu. This interconnectedness that says, I am because you are. And I can't be if you're not. The idea of the shared suffering. But respectfully, my president, I'm going to reframe it to say our shared responsibility, our shared accountability, our shared opportunity, and understanding, as Martin Luther King said, injustice somewhere is injustice everywhere because of the concept of Ubuntu. And so for me, I don't know how we start to separate NABA from Abasa, but quite frankly, my biggest call is to all other black organizations. It shouldn't be NABA and Abasa. I heard about black actuary organization. We've got National Association of Black MBAs, black engineers, there are so many, but we each are operating in our siloed and are at each other's throat and not partnering to solve a black problem because of a scarcity mentality that says, if I get something, that means you don't get it. I think, therefore, I am. As opposed to Ubuntu, I am because you are. When I sat here today and I heard all the problems that you have in high school, this is not only in South Africa. I was sharing with Artie, I think, I said to her, I'm dealing with a set of research that found me. I wish I could take credit for saying I went looking for it. It found me. In these United States, in Washington, D.C., 6% of black people graduate high school with the math competency that they need. 6%. Should NABA solve that alone? Should Abasa solve this in South Africa alone? Or should that be that we ought to have, as black leaders, as black institution, the desire to collaborate and come together as one to form a movement, a collective, whatever you want to call it, because together we can start to solve it and reimagine a world. in the world that all of us are in this room because our parents told us, go get an education. And we infuse in our youth the importance of education. But one organization alone cannot do that. We must collaborate and do it together. And now that may mean some will go be accountants, some go do marketing, some be a lawyer, some be a doctor, some study agricultural science. It doesn't matter. Because what we ought to solve for at scale will require a different thinking in Ubuntu, because Ubuntu is not process thinking, it is systems thinking. And I think so many times we're so focused on process thinking that we don't know how to think systematically and figure out how do we really do the tide will lift all boat.
Sure. Come on, you can do better. Clap. Don't be scared. It's a safe space. Shared accountability, shared responsibility, shared opportunities, and a shared goal. That's what I'm getting. Madam President, Linda. Hey, it's an interesting time we find ourselves in. The world, as I said, is becoming smaller. It's big, but it's small. South Africa, chair of BRICS 2023. We are assuming our chairship of G20, 20 of the world's emerging vibrant countries, discussing issues of national importance, of global importance. The role of accountants in this season, what should the accountants of South Africa, what should the black professionals of South Africa be thinking around? I know I'm throwing you, it's a bit under the bus, but we need to start thinking. We need to start prophesying into the future and envisioning what our role needs to be in shaping a local but global discourse as well.
So firstly, I'm going to take off my Abasa president hat and put on my BBC hat. Because a lot of the conversation or the question is around, and I love your comments, Madam President, around us not isolating our responsibility into sectors. So we are quite privileged that we are an enabling sector. We can go anywhere. Someone in the previous panel was saying, and I always say this, accountants can do anything. But we cannot look at that privilege and separate ourselves from everybody else. And Abasa has done something which I think is important and is an example and a benchmark in bringing, for instance, when we're talking about SAICA, I know my VP said we must move SAICA out. No, we're not going to move anyone out. But to have all of the accounting bodies sitting in one Abasa is powerful, number one. For us then to say we're moving into collaborating with other people through a BBC hat, and this is where maybe I'm talking my strategic moves now, that my role in Abasa is actually quite small compared to this responsibility sitting at a BBC. Because the way Abasa has partnered with organizations like BBC, and I think it was important that we were deliberate in saying we want to be part of the conversations. When you're talking about BRICS and the things we are hosting and the things that bring the world to us, we need to get ready now. And the collaborating and bringing everyone together, I mean, Abasa, you've already done well. And I hope that when we talk about the CA charters and what we want to see in the profession, we're going to be ready by the time the world wants to listen to us. But how are we then using what we have accomplished to teach others that we now need to be coming together to present our case as professionals to the world? So it doesn't help that we're going to be hosting something, but we're not ready. We don't know what we're going to say. And we might be saying things, but are we actually lining our ducks up to actually be firing from all cylinders? Because it can't be just an Abasa sitting there and represented, and it looks good. Another thing I want to mention about these sorts of events, when you talk BRICS and everything, and I know we've gone to a lot of these, I'm always quite disappointed that there are not enough women on those stages. When these presidents stand there, we are the women. And does anyone challenge that in those panels and in those spaces? And I think the women agenda needs to also get very ready. Because if as a country and professionals we're really deliberate about how we're going to transform not only from a racial perspective, but the gender perspective, and do that globally, we need to be ready to say this is what to expect here. And also when we do host these things, we need to also say as a country, this is where we stand on what we also see. So just in terms of that and the responsibility, I think, Abasa, you need to be quite deliberate in terms of choosing your leadership, because I think this leadership of the 3 years has done very well, and you're here in this room to make sure that we have the right relationships, that we have the right platforms to bring professionals in. But like what the Black Business Council VP, or Greg, was saying, we are not even in the subcommittees of our very organizations, but we want to go talk bricks. So the playing ground, the learning and the preparation is in our organizations, but we're not even paying our membership. We're not coming to conferences. We're not having the engagements. And we have very few people standing and going to these things alone. You have a Linda standing on behalf of an Abasa. It is not only me who's going to make the shift, who's going to be there alone representing. We need think tanks, and we all need to be in the room. So I think it's going back now to this place of privilege that we have. We know what we can do within an Abasa. We've got the vehicle. It's been given to us. Let's not waste that opportunity. But how then do we start moving in conversations in a more inclusive and collaborative way that the world sees us together and we are driving these solutions? Yeah.
Thank you. So I know we're definitely out of time, but I just want you to look at your neighbor, tap your neighbor on the side and say, hey, neighbor. No, do it with attitude, guys. Hey, neighbor. Say, hey, neighbor.
Hey, neighbor.
Hey, neighbor. Get ready. Guys. Say, hey, neighbor. Get ready. I need a bit more attitude, right? Hey, neighbor. Okay, one more time. Hey, neighbor. Get ready. And I think that's the message from President Linda, to say that we're not going to do these things if we're not prepared, right? Because opportunities must find us ready,
Yes.
right? The world is coming to South Africa. We assume chairship at the end of November. We must get ready. With that being said, are we allowed for those Q&As, or I think, ne? Do we have any questions? We're only going to take 2 for the interest of time. Do you have any questions, comments, feedback? Got one there. Is that only one? Onka mic.
Okay, thank you very much. And yeah, I really wanted to keep quiet in this conference, but I couldn't. Yeah, this is a very interesting topic, and I guess until you are in leadership positions, you might downplay it. But the reality is that as a leader, most of the decisions that you're going to take, they're going to be tested for right or wrong reasons, period. And the principle of kindness, of love, will always see you through every decision that you have made. There will be things you get right, and there will be things you get wrong as a leader. No any other leader has done things, have never missed anything in their lives. But the test that you're going to have to pass as a leader is whether were you malicious in missing a certain thing, or did you genuinely miss it? And if you're not going to care about people that you lead, if you're not going to care about the stakeholders that you are taking care of, in one or more decisions, you will be found to be malicious. So it is it is to the advantage of a leader to genuinely care about people, about your stakeholders, and about humanity and even environment at large. So it's just powerful. And I guess for me, I had experienced it firsthand from the president. Thank you, Madam President Makoma. Because at the time that we are in our own spaces and we find ourselves in the storm, you have to reach out to somebody. And most often it's people that have never seen you before. It's people that have never heard about you before, because it's thousands and thousands of us. And if it was a leader who really cared only about herself, I don't think he would have been able to reach out to as many as she was able to during her tenure. But because that principle that President Fuku spoke about, it was there in her, she was able to give us calls all over South Africa to say, hey, are you still coping? Are you still okay? And I guess that's why I find this topic very, very important. But my question is, for you to give love and kindness, you must have received it from somewhere. And the earlier you receive it, the better, because then you grow with it. And the reality is, like previous speakers said, there are children who grew up without love, without kindness. There are children who are abused, who are told all kinds of words, who are molested, and all these other things. And those kids are going to find themselves to be, some of them, leaders in one area or the other. You can even listen at the stories of the gangsters and all these people that did horrible things. It starts in the upbringing. Where does the education bridge the gap to a child that never experienced love from humanity, so that that child can be able to give back that love? Thank you.
Thank you. I take it we only had one hand comment. If you please, I want to remind you that we are on all social media platforms, #Abasa39. Questions around love, again, which is not a soft skill. President Fubu, you remind us that it's an intelligent skill that we should all possess. In your response, I'm really going to ask you to take this one. In your response, I also want you to touch on your closing remarks. Rikwale. I want to ask a question, or rather also probe you. As a pioneer of Women of Abasa, President Linda said, where are the women when we speak about decision making? As a pioneer of Women of Abasa, you coined the term that women can no longer be a footnote, whether it be in decision making, in leadership, in resources, in transformation, we need to be within. What should we be prioritizing moving forward? Next year, the world celebrates or commemorates 30 years since the 4th World Conference on Women. This conference has been pivotal because it's what shaped the UN SDGs. What should we be prioritizing in terms of getting women and the women agenda right to the top, and tying that in with a lovely question and comment around care and love?
Thank you very much. So probably I'll start with that. So you're quite right. It starts from home. I say fortunate enough that my parents loved me properly. I grew up knowing that I am loved, and I became love, and I can give love as a result of that, right? And there are kids who don't get that, who don't get that love as they grow up. And that's why I was saying it's not even a subject that's taught, even with the business schools, because it's almost like people, they have not connected the dots yet, right? So I think there's that connection of the dots that needs to happen. I was talking to a friend saying, I wanted to do masters in wellness. And I've checked, there's none of the South African universities that can offer me that, which I think is a sad thing, right? So we need to get the basics right. We need to be saying, what is it that we want for this community, for this country, for this world, and how then do we start putting the building blocks? And I do believe that being taught and educating yourself about something also helps. It closes the gap, right? Yes, and the Chinese too. I didn't grow up, or I was not born a feminist, but I'm a feminist today, and I'm a proud one. And part of that is because I have studied, I've read books on feminism and everything, and I've got to understand it. And I understand, like Bell Hooks says, everyone should be a feminist. But those are taught things, right? You can't teach that. It's a teachable moment, President Jeff. In terms of your question, you're saying again? Yes. The women agenda. The women agenda is very important because I think we've talked about how if you give 1 rand to a woman, that 1 rand gets spent, with 15 people. 15 people will be fed compared to if you give it to a guy, right? But that's true. It is a fact, guys, right? So there is that. There's that importance, but also representation matters, right? So when you are young and you're starting up and you're looking up, you need to see women. You need to see people that look like you if you're a woman. Otherwise, you're gonna think that it's unattainable. And you're going to fall somehow by the wayside. So we can't afford that. And probably my last point here is it's been fascinating for me being an executive in South Africa at this time, seeing how, and we don't call this out, the Black brothers, they belong to another club. They form a club that we don't know about. And they take each other along. When I was at Barloworld, every time I was looking for service providers, professional services firms, lawyers, whoever, Black ones, because I wanted to bring them into the fold, you'll have 3 Black brothers coming in. And they're speaking to me and with me. So I kept saying, I can't see myself. How do I engage with you when I cannot see myself? And people at first didn't get this. But I'm saying, but if you're going to want to do business with me, I need to see a woman, I need to see a Black woman at the most senior level. Otherwise, it doesn't work. So why does it matter? So that the Black women who are there, they need to be reminded of their agency to pull up other Black women, to open up the spaces. We need to stop the disease of wanting to be extraordinary. We need to stop that. It has to end. It has no place in this century. You can't be alone when there's so many of us. We need to open up the spaces. That's why it's important. It's important to have women. It's important to have youth. It's important to have people living with disabilities. Because otherwise, going back to what you asked me, the intersectionality, we're never going to get it right. Because our thinking is shaped by a certain homogeneous sector, whereas our problems are large, and they need larger components or people to be dealing with them. So we need women. We need us. Yeah. The world needs us.
The world needs us. Thank you. President Makoma, you're the outgoing president of Abasa. 3 years in the game, you coined your term under the theme, driving leadership excellence through inclusive social transformation. A bold mandate. You're basically saying, leave no one behind. Mm-hmm. As we move forward with Abasa, with BBC, with NEBA, with the world, with South Africa, Bona, who do we need to make sure we are pulling extra hard in this quest for transforming society and shaping society? In closing, of course.
Yes, in closing, thank you very much. Before I answer the question, there's a part of that question that I don't think we've answered around how are we baking in this kindness element. That's the HOD of Treasury from the Free State, ladies and gentlemen. A big supporter of Abasa. And when I sent her the invite to ask her to come, it was like she was probably the quickest person to reply. And these are some of the women leaders who are really driving impact in her space in the public sector. And we need to celebrate those people. But I know that there have been challenges. She talks about the reaching out. That is our responsibility as not only a president, as fellow accountants, we should be reaching out to each other. When we are seeing someone is going through something, what stops us from just a WhatsApp, are you okay? And that's the relationship that we have. And I remember a time having to challenge a stakeholder where there was a situation with Umashal. And maybe my language is not great saying situation, but it's sorted now, right? But there were stakeholders saying they won't want her on a platform. And I said, as Abasa, I would rather not have your money. Because these are the things that deter professionals going into the public sector space because of the environment and the hostility and how people's names are dragged in the mud. And then people just pick up on allegations and then they label people in a certain way. Ours as Abasa, and I'm coming to a point here, our responsibility as an organization is to drive that kindness. We are supposed to be a safe space for people to grow and to fail safely and to teach the teachable moments President Jeff likes to talk about. Kindness starts in our institutions as well. Because like you're saying, I mean, I came into this presidency not having my mother, for instance. But there was a woman of Abasa that gave me multiple mothers and multiple sisters. And this organization gave me that. I lost my dad last year while I was the president. But I have a Jeff Van Rooyen who's like a father to me, who said like he didn't say it. But you get that sense that everybody is coming in and bridging the gap. And I'm saying to Abasa, remember your responsibility in making sure that we are caring for our members, because that is now responding to that question. Sorry to have gone there. You're asking me about Abasa going forward. What was the question? Can you please repeat the question? Sorry, I just wanted spice.
No. We're leaving no one behind.
We're leaving no one behind. Thank you.
Who are we pulling? Who needs extra pulling?
We are pulling young people. We have arrived in this room. I made it a deliberate point that there'll be high school kids sitting here. We did a school visit with the student chapter and went all the way to Kobokob. The road is terrible. And here's the chair of the organization we partnered with, Hi Put. And the question was, why did we not do the event in town? And I said, why would you not go into rural villages where these kids are? And we're talking about how we're raising awareness of our profession and the opportunities for these kids, not even our professions. You're bringing all these opportunities to them, but we can't even give up a Saturday to go into the rurals to go and speak to these kids. So then I said, I will go, but I'll also bring you back. So we're not leaving them behind. And so that they can experience this and see it, and not us standing on podiums and talking to them, but bringing them along. So young people for me is a big one. Women is important as well. When I talked about driving leadership excellence through inclusive social accountability, I do believe the spirit was moving. and as I say it back now, and probably on the last platform I'll have as the president, I feel like we've ticked those boxes, particularly in terms of inclusivity. But what I do want to say about inclusivity, it is costly. Yeah. And if we make the mistake of thinking that it's going to be easy just to bring people in, sometimes when you're trying to be inclusive, you also begin to understand why there was exclusivity sometimes. And you need to check yourself to then say, we are ready for the challenges that come with opening up the space. And there will be those challenges. But we must not stop just because it is costly, or now it's like we must think of so many people as opposed to just this little group. We have to come from a place of abundance and not of lack, and not feel like we must be the only ones. So as I close, I thought I must mention this, and I was saying to the MCs that if they could mention it. But if you look at your tags, your event tags, we have partnered with Atukwek. And you know me, I don't just bring people on platforms for nothing. And this conversation around the pipeline and young people and education, she was asked the question, did you get the support from your own government? And she found that support outside of this country. And as Abasa, we said, we will support you. And we are buying Matt's app, so the proceeds that come from this conference will go and buy the Matt's app from Atukwet, who comes from this province. And we're asking that if you want to pay it forward as well, to increase this pipeline and actually implement the solutions that young people from this province are providing to us, please scan and just buy a Matt's app for a child in the Eastern Cape. Thank you.
Thank you. Yo, President St. Just, you're an international bestseller, co-author, did my research, turned possibilities into realities. Experts bridge the gap from what if to what is. President, which gap should we be focusing on moving forward?
So I have to follow up my fellow presidents here. It's not every day that I get to sit on a panel with fellow black women presidents. So I wish my team was here, but I'm sure I'm going to get plenty of pictures because this one goes in the annal of my heart is full moments. So thank you for having me. Thank you for being my princess. I want to go back to the comment that was made about love. And the first thing I want to talk about here is this concept of what is love. If we don't define words, they just remain words. And I was fascinated as I was not only listening to the conversation, but feeling the energy that you tied love to kindness, but also love is true. And love also says, I don't enable you because I believe the best of you. And I hold you accountable because I want the best for you. And isn't it amazing that we don't say God gives love, we say God is love. But a danger that I see as somebody who has this unique platform that I get to sit on to lead a global organization is that I think we tend to make this love leadership about individual. And my call to action to all leaders in the room is to actually institutionalize it. So at NABA, we have operating principles. And in our operating principles, we say, number one, we are a human-centric organization. And we have words like, one of our operating principle, my favorite, quite frankly, says, not everything is a thing, and give grace. And when we rolled those operating principles, how many of our team members in the greater NABA at large had said they had never heard a company say, not everything is a thing, and to use the word grace in the way we do things. And I would tell you, I am known for somebody who will teach and grow and so on and so forth. I will terminate people if I see them not giving grace, not acting in ways that are human-centric, in the principles of Ubuntu. Because when you start to do that, people actually believe that you are serious. And the whole institution starts to shift. And at NABA, we start every single one of our meetings with addressing our operating principles. And it sets the tone for how we will behave with one another. We do not devalue, we do not demean, we do not disrespect. This is a no-jerk zone, period. So I want to leave this message with you all around this idea of, that you started, Madam President, about this love and this kindness, that it cannot be only us as individuals, but to really give thoughts to how do we begin to institutionalize it. Because to your question about a child who had never encountered it, we all know love when we are in the presence of it.
Absolutely.
And to the extent that we start to build institutions that are not Eurocentric in mindset, that says, I think, therefore I am, but that says Ubuntu, when people are exposed to it, I have bore witness firsthand to what culture can do to an organization. And so I ask you all to reflect into that. And so I'm going to ask you to exactly what Linda did, because I was immersed in that moment. What was your question again?
I don't know, I think it's a presidential thing. They all ask the same question.
See, this is why we are unruly too, and we're very comfortable in our unruliness. We're going to talk about the things we want to talk about.
I get it. So what gap should we be focusing on closing moving forward?
For me, the most important, there are two gaps, and I don't know how we separate them. Because I think one of the things I worry about the most is that NABA, you will not hear us talk about the word success. I think that is a very white, Eurocentric word, because we tend to allow ourselves to think about success as how much money I have in my bank account and how much power I can wield against people, right? The power of money, not at the service of uplifting, but the power of money at the extent of, I am more, therefore you must be less, the zero-sum game. So I think that the beauty of the African tradition of talking about character, life well lived, people that are respected not because they are rulers, but because they are at the service of others. I think that's what I want to reinfuse. And I don't know how we do that when we stop talking about education as the first tenet of wealth. When we launched our foundation last year, the NABA Foundation, we had the bold audacity to say that we were going to be part of closing the Black wealth gap. Notice we didn't say the Black wealth gap in the United States. We didn't say the Black wealth gap in a place. We said our view, our aspiration, our ideals is to play an important place in closing the Black wealth gap. And then we define how do we do that. And the number one tenet is education. Because education leads to earnings, the equality and equitability in earnings will lead us to have better entrepreneurship, which is not only owning Black-owned and operated professional services firms, but also the way we divorce ourselves from this extreme consumerism to start to really build something, our lives as if they are micro businesses, our families as if they're micro businesses, to the idea of enterprise. Then we have the right to advise others at the highest form of leadership, which is governance, be it on board or in government seats or, presidential seats, etc. And then the last for us, we added it, is the concept of equity. Not equity in terms of the way we've been pulling the word DEI, but equity as in, against divorcing of mindset of consumerism to start having our Black people to reinvest or invest in assets that appreciate over time. And it all starts with education. And so for me, when I look, I gave you a sample that's in the capital of what we call the free world, Washington, D.C., that 6% of Black kids graduate high school with the right math competency is a travesty. That should not just concern NABA or the U.S., but should concern all of us. And when we start to see it repeated everywhere else, it would behoove us. It is a call to action. It is a must-do that as Black people, especially those of us with means, to gather together and start to say and realize that the greatest threat to the system is Black people that are organized, mobilized, and activated. And realize that no one is going to solve our problems for us but ourselves.
Absolutely.
Don't be stingy. Let's come up with the claps. Come, give us the claps. Thank you to our presidents for the presidential experience. I believe that we've all been enlightened in some way, shape, or form. Organize, mobilize, agitate,
and activate.
Activate, yes. Mobilize,
organize, and activate.
And that's the takeaway from this panel. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The conversation still continues online. If you haven't, get onto your social media platforms, hashtag Abasa30, tag us, tell us what you're thinking about the plenary discussions. And we've also got the gala engagement tonight, so please do stay tuned. Those who are joining us online, thank you, thank you, thank you. We love you. Send us your questions. We see how we'll engage with you, but the conversation is bigger than the people in this room, right? And thank you to our presidents for your time, your commitment, your service to not only this profession, to our people, and to society at large. Thank you.
Yes. I'm waiting. Yes, all right. Okay, I need to release you guys because we know we still have a gala dinner happening soon. Thank you, presidents. Thank you, Kitumeti, for such a wonderful plenary. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Hey, I'm gonna give you guys all the logistics of what's gonna happen from now, right? But first, I want to say thank you for respecting me and my co-facilitator. He's not here. He has to run some errands. But thank you so much, guys. This was my first time emceeing a corporate event. And I really, really appreciate the respect. I really, really appreciate the engagement, the enthusiasm, right? So from here, we're going to go freshen up. Please, 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 guys, please be back at 6:30 because from 6:30 to 7:30, we'll be registering, having starters. No African Standard Time, guys. 6:30 is really 6:30 p.m. We have the prior president of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Thabo Mbeki, coming to address us. So we need to be on time. We have to be on time, right? So to all my speakers, there are gifts at the front. So please, before you go out, just come to the front and grab your gift as a token of appreciation from Abasa for really taking your time out of your busy schedule to come spend this day with us. I really, really appreciate everyone for making the time. Thank you to the students, for learners and the teachers, the sponsors, everyone that made the time to come spend this day with us. And have a good evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. If you could kindly make your way outside so that the room can be redecorated for your gala dinner tonight. We are pressed for time, so I am going to ask everybody to please, if you can, maybe at the foyer area, the waiting area, it's where we can network and socialize. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Chacho.